Hi, hey, hello, is Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 6:19 p.m. on a Friday on 2/20/26. It's 72 degrees in my house, which is nice because it's cold outside. And my cat's asleep, and I have done everything I was supposed to do today. I went shopping. I kind of banged my wrist a bit today because I slipped in the mud, but I didn't hurt myself, which was good. And I came home and I drank two Voodoo Rangers and I sang for 3.5 hours. And yeah, 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 46 seconds. And here we are to restart the recording, start the recording for today. I don't know what the game to play, but it's got to be immersive because I'm fairly drunk. So I don't know. I'll probably I don't know what I'm gonna play. I got kicked back to Jita there, which is funny. Yeah, and I think I'll probably play some Mortal on my main. I'll go down there and I'll waste a set trying to kill 20 scoundrels because I doubt I'll probably have any problems, and that'll be kind of fun. And I will play a video in the meantime. And that'll be what I do right now because I got sent back to Jita. I'm going to drop out of Faction Warfare here. It was a good run. I think I made like 450 million and I lost like 50 or something like that. I don't know what it is and I don't care because I'm up. I know I have a lot of Faction Warfare LP from just fighting for Mimitar there. So we're going to retire here. Retire. You know, it was fun. Some dude farmed me and it got toxic, so I left. So there we go. I will get in my retriever, which is, oh yeah, fuck ice, right? Where is fuck ice at? We have to look at my personal assets. Where is fuck ice at? Or well, I'm looking for a retriever. Yeah, a retriever. I have a retriever in. Oh no, did I lose a retriever? Wait, I don't know. Did I lose a retriever? I don't. I guess I must have. Yeah, I guess I must have been sent back. Yeah, I was sent back, I guess. So I don't know. I will. I will get in a retriever. I have a lot of them. Or I thought I did. Do I not have any retrievers? Have I not made any yet? I haven't made any yet. Okay, well, so we'll go make some retrievers, I guess. Seems odd. I remember having like 5 retrievers that I didn't make, or maybe I made them and I just didn't receive them. Let's go look at indie jobs. I didn't make any retrievers. I thought I made a lot of retrievers. Yeah. There we go. 14 job runs, right? Yeah. So deliver. There we go. There's 14 retrievers. I was like, yeah. I was like, well, what? It's almost a billion in retrievers or whatever. Let's go. And they're cheap. They're so cheap to make. It cost me, I think, like 200 mil or something. Yeah, look. So anyway, there we go. I get in the retriever. I told you to board this, but I actually want you to board this bitch. Like, board the ship. There we go. Ah. Did I remember to... Oh, now I need to take a booster, but my Meg clone is in Gina Moon 6. So, fuck it. I'll just jump to that because, I mean, I don't really care. Yeah, just jump to it because I need it. And I'll bring it back to Jita. I don't know why I jumped to it in the first place. I'm dumb. I shouldn't jump to my Meg clone because then it just gets stuck, like, on me. I'm doing good. You know, for the last like 3 weeks, I've surfed between 500 and 550 mil, but I also pulled in a lot of LP, like I don't know, fucking 550 or something like that. So I really don't care, you know. Like I'm right back up where I was, and I had a lot of fun doing it. And in the meantime, I'm just gaining skill points, playing in the sandbox, doing pretty well. So here we go. We're in Moon 6 now. Oh yeah, fire up Mortal and run this. You suck, YouTube. Stop doing this stupid ass black screen.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? I'm
Jesus
getting a little
Christ.
frustrated that no one's telling me who's in charge of what's going on right here.
I can help you out, but I'm not in charge.
How do you not? He's your house dad. How do you not have his number? Okay, and what are you doing here?
He's a live-in. He lives upstairs.
Oh, so you do live here?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Well, your buddy here is saying different.
No, I don't.
The next generation of politicians.
The next generation of politicians.
Oh,
Oh,
it becomes less.
my God.
It's funny when you realize it's true. So two things here are very telling about the type of environment a fraternity or sorority creates. One is,
I'm a rabbit in the headlights.
well, whatever these guys were doing, and the other
Christian
is how fast one guy
suburbanites.
told on the other. Now, I know some of y'all think I'm an elderly man, and I am unk, for sure. But I was just in college the year before COVID started, and most importantly, I was in a fraternity. And the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity at the University of Iowa went very viral for this very bizarre clip. And I truly don't even want to know what these guys were doing down here before the police arrived.
Well, Iowa City police found more than 50 pledges in 2 rooms. They were covered in ketchup, mustard, and alcohol.
But if you've ever been part of then you know that there is an endless list of things that could have gone on to create such a scene. And even though this went viral in 2026, the incident actually took place in 2024. But anyway, I won't name the fraternity I was a part of, but it was Sigma something. And that's all I'm gonna give you guys because I don't know what some of these guys are on, and some of the alumni are powerful people. And it's all the same. Men in frats get hazed just like women in sororities, and it's hard to say which is worse, but from personal experience and hearing stories from other people, girls can definitely go a little overboard. And there's a video from 8 years ago where they did a social experiment on ASU campus to see how people would react to hazing in public, although it was staged, and some people were surprised, but it was still seen in the same way it is today. That is just part of the process, with one lady correctly pointing out that you could just say no if you wanted to. And that's the paradox in all of this. Because you can just say no. It's not like they're gonna lock the door and say, no way, once you're in, you can't go back. It's not the cartel, but peer pressure. Most people decide to rush a fraternity or sorority as freshmen. And I remember wanting to join because I had just almost got kicked out of school for the first time, and I wanted to try to do something positive to stay on track in college. So I joined the track team and I rushed at a fraternity. Rush means I was trying to join, in case you're unfamiliar with the terminology. And hanging with the guys who were in the house, they convinced me that they were all headed to something bigger and better after college. Like these guys were on top of their grades since you have to have a certain GPA to be an active member. Some of them had rich parents and connections in pretty much every job market. And they also made it very clear that nepotism does exist and that joining this club was my way in. But that was just me. I wasn't a freshman and I had already lived the college experience I wanted to the year before. Like, I had already had a lot of fun nights and made plenty of memories, but there were some kids, like people that were more awkward in social situations, that wanted to join because they felt like it would help them get out of their comfort zone and maybe include them on some of the things they were missing out on. Which, to an 18 to 20-year-old, that means parties and girls. And I have to say, Greek life would sort of open the door for these experiences once you joined. But, you know, I also watched the guy try his hardest to get in because we throw parties and he sees sorority girls at our house, and he had a crush on one, but their leader said that she would only date active members of a frat, and the other girls followed suit.
Oh, I probably should bring a pet, huh?
College sounds so ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll bring a pet.
But that was his motivation. And that's what gets you, essentially, this ideal of what it means to be a part of it. And I can't really speak on what would influence a girl to join a sorority, but I'd have to imagine that it was similar. Because whenever the hazing did start, I remember one girl that was pledging, meaning that she was going through the process of being an accepted member. She had a huge crush on an active member in our house, so as part of the hazing ritual, that same guy was instructed to come over and make her cry. Devious activities. But one rule of thumb is the bigger the school, the more prestigious the organization is. And the more prestigious equals the worse hazing. And the University of Iowa is the largest and most prestigious university in the state. So this is how it goes. And again, this is from my own personal experience. So getting shut down is obviously something that these houses want to avoid. Because among many things, if your house is shut down or suspended, then you can't really run recruitment drives on campus. So when you join, you'll get one glimpse of the future when they pick you up to become a pledge. So in my case, they came to my dorm and banged on the door. They picked us up, blindfolded us, and dropped us off in the middle of the woods and said, "All right, you guys got to figure out how to survive here overnight. We'll be back in the morning." And then they pulled off. Now, obviously, this was a joke, because 30 minutes later, after we were all scavenging through the woods trying to figure out how to build a fort like idiots, they pulled up laughing and took us back to the house where they had actually been putting together a huge party for us. And they went all out. The house was packed, and they spent probably thousands of dollars on alcohol. And I wish I could say I remembered the entire night, but I don't. I do know it was a lot of fun. Now, I don't think the guys in the house were part of some evil conspiracy to manipulate people before hazing them, but it's clear that these guys were just acting within a system that was already there when they arrived. I'm not sure if trauma bonding was the idea when these practices were first instituted, but causing trauma to bond is evil. So, after months of hanging out, drinking, and having fun, it was time for the trauma. Now, the school I went to, like many others, had a history of fraternities and sororities being shut down and suspended. And just a year before I joined, the house I was pledging for had just got in trouble. So lucky me, they couldn't actually haze us because they were trying not to get in more trouble. But when the time came, we got off easy. We did the whole ritual brotherhood thing where they had us answer weird questions, and honestly, I think they were just trolling us. And after, we just had to run laps and it was over. But here's how bad it could have got, based on things that I've seen and heard while visiting other chapters, because of course, if you're in a huge fraternity, the house has chapters at universities all over the country. So, at a school I won't name that's really good at football, our house on that campus, which costs $1,200 a room, or at least it did when I was in college, one of their practices was to have the pledges crawl around the house for the entire day. Like, crawling was the only way they were able to maneuver around this big ass mansion. And at another school, which I actually can't remember the name of, they would well, it was something involving a frozen hot dog. Which is crazy because, like I said, you can say no and walk away. It's not like you'll just stop experiencing college if you're not part of a frat, but still, people went through with it. But on my campus, the biggest sorority was doing their ritual at the same time as our house. And due to how close our houses were, since our house couldn't do much to us, they sent us to the girls, and we had to do whatever they said. And luckily, they weren't that creative, so they just put makeup on our faces. But they went a little further when it came to their pledges, of course. And it actually led to some charges, but I don't think they stuck. So I can't remember what I was doing, but I wasn't there, so I didn't witness it. But at the sorority, to their pledges, they did something similar to what happened to this girl, where they like dumped stuff on them, and like I said, they had guys come in and humiliate them, but they did something else. And to this day, I still don't know what it was, but this is why I think the girls are more ruthless. One girl, they did something so upsetting to her that she actually went to the police and tried to get the active girls in her sorority locked up. And whatever they did, it had to be something that went too far. And that's why I don't think the saying, you meet your real friends in college, is always accurate, because most of the guys I went through with are all still in their 20s. It's not like we were in college a long ass time ago, and I don't talk to any of them. And while I don't think any of the guys in my house would have taken any pleasure in hazing, I 100% believe the girls did. And these groups have had a bad reputation for a long time, mostly due to all the sex-related crimes that take place in fraternities. And it goes both ways, because one time we headed up to our chapter at a very well-known university, and they had to cancel the party they were going to throw for us, because they had one the night before we came, and apparently, a girl dropped something in one of the guys' drinks. Yes, you heard me correctly. A girl turned one of the frat brothers' drinks into Diddy juice, and then tried to take advantage of him. And a study at Florida State University suggested that women in sororities are 4 times more likely to be the victim of one of these crimes. And I believe that has a lot to do with the fact that these girls spend way more time in a frat house than any other girls on campus. Now, why would they spend so much time in a frat house? Well, I don't need to look at any study to know that some of these people do actually develop kind of a superiority complex, because I've personally witnessed it. It is very common for men in frats and women in sororities to prefer each other over someone unaffiliated. Now, of course, this wasn't exclusive, but when it came to being seen in public, sorority girls especially only wanted to be seen with frat boys. And yeah, all of it was a fun experience at first. Coming from the hood, all of a sudden I was in these super preppy circles. All the rich kids on campus wanted to be around me, and there's so many stories that I can't even tell you guys, and I'm sorry. But it was a good experience until it started to get annoying. Eventually, all the guys fight about girls, and all the girls fight about guys. The parties all start to blend together, and all of a sudden, you realize that you're barely 21, and you've partied so much that it just becomes lame. And then I met my wife when she was 19, and we continued going out until we just said, okay, time to get away from these people. It's a very toxic environment. But what do you expect? It's college. Everything that happens on a college campus outside of class is pretty much toxic, and it can get very evil. But in fraternal organizations, this has been a thing for centuries. It's nothing new. It just becomes more visible every year. And honestly, I'm surprised that we don't get more videos coming out similar to what happened at the University of Iowa, because it's happening every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally every semester. But yeah, man, let me know what you guys think. If you went to college and you've seen similar things, feel free to drop a story in the comment section. And definitely, if you were in a frat or a sorority, you don't have to name them, but what's the craziest thing you've ever seen? Because Man, there's so much that I'm leaving out of this video, but some stuff probably doesn't need to be said.
I went to college and it was fine because I went to CCD, which isn't a freak school. CCD Metro in Denver, Colorado. It's not a freak school. it's just a normal school. They have you sit in classes and you learn. There's no bullshit. There's no frats. There's nothing, you know, bullshit. There's no bullshit really. It's expensive. Costs, you know, like 50, 100 grand something. You learn a lot. Teachers are good. Oh no, that's not too good. Okay, so don't shoot him. Don't do anything to him. I'm like out of arrows and everything. So annoying. But I'm in my way to a scoundrel task and it's good. I'm a third of the way done. What are you doing, you fucking idiots?
Anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on?
Anybody want to tell me what's going on?
I'm getting a little frustrated that no one
Fucking scary, man.
is telling me who's in charge of what's going on
I
right
can help
here.
you out, but I'm not in charge.
How do you not? He's your house dad. How do you not have his number? Okay, and what are you doing here?
He's 11. He lives upstairs.
Oh, so you do live here?
I don't
Yeah.
Well, he's your buddy here saying.
I know you didn't expect to see me today, but the Supreme Court just ruled that most of Trump's tariffs are illegal in a 6-3 decision, saying that the Constitution gives Congress the power to impose taxes, not the president. And this is Trump's already collected $133 billion from these illegal tariffs. Democrats are demanding refunds, and Trump is melting down, calling it a disgrace, and he's already moving to get around the decision. And for all of this to make sense, you need to understand that a key thing is that this ruling applied specifically to tariffs that were put into place under something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That's a law that was passed back in 1977, giving the president broad economic powers to, quote, deal with any unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the country. It's a law that's been invoked dozens of times by various presidents to impose sanctions, block transactions, freeze assets, and restrict imports or exports. But really, until Trump, nobody had invoked the law to implement tariffs. One, because the law makes absolutely zero mention of that being a thing that you can do, and two, because the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, not the president. So there's that, and then as far as tariffs, those are just taxes imposed on imported goods. They're paid by whoever's bringing the goods in. Though actually, experts saying that the cost is often passed on to the consumer, though that is also a concept that Trump has really found difficult to grasp. Instead, insisting, this is just going to be great for the country when he first invoked the law to put tariffs in place on goods from China, Canada, and Mexico, with the emergency having to do with illegal immigration and drug trafficking. And then he did it again in April when he put in place the so-called reciprocal tariffs on imports from nearly every country on earth. And the apparent emergency this time was the country's large and persistent trade deficits, and tariffs that each country got hit with were based on the size of those deficits. And also, since a trade deficit isn't inherently a bad thing, you had many experts arguing that the policy in general just made no economic sense. And so the opposition to this, it came not only from the Democrats, but also libertarian and pro-business groups typically aligned with the Republican Party. In fact, polling, it showed that tariffs weren't broadly popular with the general public. And then actually, data came out just this week suggesting that they haven't been effective at their stated purpose, with the country's overall trade deficit reaching a record high in 2025. With all that said, right, these tariffs, they weren't struck down because they're bad policy. They were struck down today because they're just illegal. You had a 6-3 majority reaffirming the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, including tariffs. Chief Justice John Roberts, writing, the framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. The government reads IEEPA to give the president power to unilaterally impose unbounded tariffs and change them at will. That view would represent a transformative expansion of the president's authority over tariff policy. And truly, this is very big news. This is the first time that the Supreme Court has definitively struck down one of Trump's second-term policies. But then, of course, with this, we've got to talk about the dissenting side. This wasn't a unanimous decision. On the dissenting side, you had Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Brett Kavanaugh. With Kavanaugh arguing in his dissent, the tariffs at issue here may or may not be wise policy, but as a matter of text, history, and precedent, they are clearly lawful. He also took issue issue with the fact that the majority didn't address whether companies would get refunded for the tariffs they paid already. While it's higher now, as of December, the Treasury had collected over $133 billion from tariffs imposed under the Emergency Powers Law. With Kavanaugh writing, the court says nothing today about whether, and if so how, the government should go about returning the billions of dollars it has collected from importers, but then also acknowledging that process is likely to be a mess, as was acknowledged at oral argument. Though on that note, one of the most vocal anti-tariff organizations in the United States, We Pay the Tariffs, has already launched a national sign-on letter calling for full, fast, and automatic refunds. With the group's director saying, today's Supreme Court decision is a tremendous victory for America's small businesses who have been bearing the crushing weight of these tariffs, but then adding, a legal victory is meaningless without actual relief for the businesses that paid these tariffs. The administration's only responsible course of action now is to establish a fast, efficient, and automatic refund process that returns tariff money to the businesses that paid it. You also had Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren extending a similar argument to the American people, writing on Twitter, no Supreme Court decision can undo the massive damage that Trump's chaotic tariffs have caused. The American people paid for these tariffs, and the American people should get their money back. And then on top of that, you had California Governor Gavin Newsom, whose state actually sued the federal government over the tariffs, explicitly calling on Trump to issue tariff refund checks to Americans, saying, time to pay the piper, Donald. These tariffs were nothing more than an illegal cash grab that drove up prices and hurt working families so you could wreck long-standing alliances and extort them. Every dollar unlawfully taken must be refunded immediately with interest. Cough up. But also, again, right, it's not just the Democrats who are welcoming the Supreme Court's decision here. You had Don Bacon, for example, one of the 6 House Republicans who recently voted to undo some of Trump's tariffs on Canada, saying, the Constitution's checks and balances still works. This was a common sense and straightforward ruling by the Supreme Court, and adding, in the future, Congress should defend its authorities and not just rely on Supreme Court. But then also Senator Rand Paul arguing that the court's decision makes plain what should have been obvious, and also arguing that it would prevent Democrats from abusing the Emergency Powers Law in the future, writing, this ruling will also prevent a future president such as AOC from using emergency powers to enact socialism. Which also, really quick, Rand, that counts as an endorsement, no take backsies. Right, but also, Rand Paul and Bacon, they're kind of in the minority on the Republican side. And for those Republicans who just really can't get the love and the taste of the boot out of their mouth, the reaction has been different. Senator Bernie Moreno, for example, described the decision as a betrayal and called on his fellow party members to get to work immediately on a reconciliation bill to codify the tariffs that have made our country the hottest country on earth. And as far as Trump, he is taking this especially personally. But he previously called the case one of the most important in U.S. history. He also warned that a decision against him would be a, quote, economic and national security disaster with catastrophic consequences, and even claiming it would literally destroy the United States of America. And today, when he first heard the news, he reportedly blasted the court's decision as a disgrace. And then he later held a press conference to just absolutely bash the judges who ruled against him. And that includes the 2 that he appointed.
I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation. They're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and
good hunting. Thank you.
That this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think.
And then with all that, he went off on the normal tangents, making baseless claims about election fraud, and he also praised the judges who ruled on his side.
I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices.
And then, notably, you had Trump confirming that he wasn't giving up, saying that he'd be going in a different direction to keep tariffs in place while continuing to brazenly insist that he can do it without Congress. And understand, none of that comes as a surprise. This is something that we knew the administration had in mind, and you even had Kavanaugh arguing in his dissent that the court's decision is not likely to greatly restrict presidential tariff authority going forward. And that's because the ruling, it doesn't stop Trump from imposing duties under other laws. But what might have surprised some people is just how fast they move. Or with Trump confirming today that tariffs under other measures remain in place, and saying that he would be signing orders today to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122. And that allows the president to issue tariffs to address what's called large and serious United States balance of payments deficits or other situations that present, quote, fundamental international payments problems. And again, unsurprisingly, this has never been used this way before, and it's unclear that this would be legal the way that he's doing. Also, even if it is, it only allows him to impose those tariffs for 150 days, after which they'd need congressional approval. But then also with this, you had Trump saying that they would use another authority, Section 301, to open investigations into unfair trade practices that could result in even more tariffs. So ultimately, while this is a major blow to Trump and you saw him melt down, it also ends up being a day where it's a reminder that he's willing to defy norms, laws, and the Constitution to get his way. So, something to keep our eyes on as we head into the weekend, though very possibly, depending on a number of things, the conversation is going to very quickly transition to Iran. But that is a conversation for Monday, Philip DeFranco, and Monday, you. Love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here next time.
I've got to go to family dinner. I'm sorry, guys. Well, let's see. Can I log in here? I don't know. I probably can, but it's probably unwise to do that. I've got to get 11 more scoundrels, and I don't know if I can do that in time. If I get that many scoundrels a minute, but I don't think I will. I think I'll have to log in this fucking stupid dungeon and take a non-safe log. But I'll do it really, really deep in the dungeon. And if they kill me, they kill me. I would prefer to just log in here. Damn it, I hit my pig. Maybe I can get 30, but I won't be able to get out in time, so I'm going to log here, I think. But I want to get deeper. Oh. And you crashed me anyways. Wow. Well, so there we go. I don't know. Maybe I'll die. I don't know. When I come in, I might be dead. I don't know. I'll go back if I do and rebuy a new set and get a new pig. Or, I don't know. It's probably better that I log back in. Well, I'll probably try and log back in. It's probably better. Try to get myself to a place where I won't get aggro when I log in. Can't you play this? You can't do this or what? You can't. You're so dumb. YouTube has been co-opted by piece of shit rich people.
Hey detectives, from the ashes comes yet another episode, or case file, in the Death of a Game series. A series where we investigate the largest contributing factors to the death or dying of a game or company, by utilizing a timeline of events, developer testimonies, patch notes, and most importantly, a little detective intuition. This all culminates in a final deduction, where we crack the case for good.
I never played this game.
Along the way, Ashes of Creation has been in the news heavily of late. Many rushing to put out their videos concerning a game
I play
they
Star
just learned
Citizen
about, or one they previously glazed. But it's a project many of us, myself included, have had their eyes on since it was initially introduced to the public back in 2017, in a major way. becoming one of the most successful, fastest popping Kickstarters in gaming history, let alone MMORPG gaming
Not
history.
for me.
A massive genre, with audiences not so massive in size. Ashes of Creation and their development studio, Intrepid Studios, and then their helmsman,
A
Stephen
game that
Reed,
never was
making
on my
big
channel.
Promises. Promises on the surface to be the next big sandbox MMORPG to revive the genre. And behind the scenes promises to be bigger than Fortnite, Apex Legends, and even World of Warcraft. Those promises would take a decade to come into fruition, and only recently did as of the launching of this video in 2026. AOC, as it's known for short, launched back at the end of 2025 on Steam into, early access alpha?
That was 2 months ago.
Said launch,
Yeah.
those aforementioned promises were seeming like a far-off reality, even after 10 years. And then in a shocking turn of events, the board would initiate a Warnak issuance, which would affect 210 developers in total, just a month after the Steam launch, letting them go and suddenly then having the executive leadership quit alongside them. This would lead to the pooling of Ashes of Creation off of the Steam store, preventing the development team from collecting a paycheck or any severance in the process as well. Steven has seemingly cut and run, banning people criticizing him in the Ashes of Creation Discord, and not making any public appearances. Wow, that's surprising, since the announcement, and Intrepid Studios was dissolved, obviously. Acquired alongside the IP itself by a debt liquidation firm. That makes Ashes of Creation one of the longest hyped and never to deliver titles we have seen in the series yet, and period. And one of the largest failures in the MMORPG gaming and crowdfunding space, and yet the shortest actual run at things of the more recent virtual worlds. This case is a special one, detectives, understandably so, as not only do I have a lot to say about this particular case file, I have a lot more otherwise to say about the other actors involved in this case. Be prepared for a lot of I told you so, but hopefully mixed with enough analysis and good
I've got to go to dinner. The cost of me logging off is I lose my character, I guess. That's fine. Piece of shit developers suck my dick. Fine by me. So, there we go. I will be back here in, I don't know, like 3 hours or something. I really don't know. 2 hours, something like that. I really don't know. I love you guys. Thank you so much. You've been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time Friday gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. It was good to sing for you guys. It was good to, you know, play some games and stuff. And I will be back here tomorrow. Thank you so much. And I love you guys. And I will pause this and stop the recording. Hi, guys. I'm back. And this time I remember to turn the recording on. It's 8:18, and it is, you know, 2:20 and 26, and I'm back from my family dinner, and I'm here to play some EVE Online. I'm going to do some ice mining, which is a lot less stressful for about the same money. Not the same money, but about half or quarter of the money, but it's still really good money. So we're going back to dog.
Warp drive active.
I was in a medical clone bay. I think I would like to hear some EVE music. I will log out and log back in.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh yeah, I want to go see if my character is dead. We'll go see if my character's dead and I'll finish what I was doing in Mortal. And Death of a Game.
Feeling that you don't feel like I have too much of a chip on my shoulder. I am a detective after all. And on that note, we must begin our investigation, because this case is one of our deepest and most tangled yet. The story begins right before their big Kickstarter announcement, quietly, in the winter of 2016. We're creating an MMO based on our core principles as designers. We believe in choice, organic events, player narratives, and massive communities. All of these things come together in what we call our living world. Players will shape the world we create through dynamic quests, castle sieges, our settlement system, an economy that goes well beyond the auction house, and player housing, among many other systems. We'll set up the initial state, you decide where it goes from there. This was the initial sales pitch of Ashes of Creation. Justin Olivetti, an experienced video game journalist in the MMORPG space, would claim that things seemed a little bit dubious, as the history of those involved was not really known. Something quite important when making the most ambitious and difficult video game in video game design. A massively multiplayer online RPG. A style of online game that creates a new virtual world with new rules at a large or massive scale. This inevitably makes the game more ambitious, as the scale is much larger, and also capable of hosting many hundreds of players or thousands at the same time. So making sure you had an experienced team to do such, or at least one with tons of field experience, was crucial, as we've learned with other major failures in our series such as New World and more. And making sure you had the money required to do this as well was also going to be a major barrier for new titles that were going to be interested. On that note, that wasn't all you could find in this early announcement. A clue. Ashes of Creation claims to be funded thus far from the team leads, pockets, and other limited investors. Although there will be a Kickstarter coming in the future.
Why am I dead?
This information would be important to pay attention to later on. But apparently AOC was able to secure funding before even having a proper development team or proper game demo. That was because, as would be later claimed hundreds of times or more, Stephen Sheriff, who was the CEO of Intrepid Studios and creative director on the project, would be self-funding the project. The idea being presented was this rich, powerful businessman with limited otherwise investment was a huge MMORPG fan and was willing to sacrifice his own fortune to create one of his own. Enter one of the strangest and biggest red flag Kickstarters I've seen in a while. And I said as much in my Kickstarter report card covering this as well, as I will cover much later. Ashes of Creation would jump into the public eye in a major way, May 2017, becoming one of the most successful Kickstarters ever, especially for such a niche MMORPG genre. The thing is, the entire pitch of Ashes of Creation is essentially nothing new for those in the know, nothing we haven't already seen, starting with their play on words regarding bringing massive back to massively multiplayer. An utterly throwaway comment that feels smart but shows a misunderstanding of the market. The large crop of virtual worlds that currently dominate, sure, aren't massive. That much is true, but then to equate that to meaning that somehow the other ones are still a genre that they don't actually apply to, just the small versions, makes no sense. The big crowning feature of the game was set to be the node system, a system that would allow for players to influence a zone which is made up of multiple nodes, and then build them up into actual remnants of civilization and even large cities like a metropolis. This would complement the fact that the game was factionless, reportedly being based on guilds and other allegiances instead. In reality, this game has already been tried and attempted before. In fact, it's largely two different MMORPGs kind of combined together that were also already featured in our Death of a Game series for very different reasons, sure. Star Wars Galaxies first, an iconic pioneering sandbox still yet outdone really from the early 2000s, one that allowed for civilization to be freeform anywhere on a planet capable of it, of which there are many. It also included a city management system that could grow with progression, much like a node. You then have Darkfall Online, a sandbox MMORPG that tried to prove that free-form player choice and factions could and would reign supreme, a theory they ultimately failed to prove multiple times. Both of these games not only taught lessons within, the things we covered in their separate episodes, they also showed us why these sorts of ideas worked and why they didn't. With Galaxies, the game worked not because it was a free-form city-building system, but because it had that system on top of a multitude of other strong systems, including their guild systems. Contrary to popular belief, even being a sandbox game, it actually had factions that were prominently featured. It was Star Wars after all. That's because, as the creator Raph Koster would say, a pioneer in the virtual world space too, sandbox was never meant to be the sole style of game. It was more so a thing because people hadn't created enough of the world yet, or figured out how. The idea of being this fully free-form sandbox game where players have to create kind of literally everything is a bit of a pipe dream, and actually more so exists in a subgenre of virtual worlds or online gaming, known as the survival gaming space. But they had to split from the MMORPG genre for players to largely accept that. But back to Darkfall for a second, the reason that game didn't work, at the core, was simple. Systems designed to allow players to be the ones behind the wheel are just simply put much more difficult to pull off. They take much more testing, and often lead to toxic gameplay and community gatekeeping. That's not to say that Ashes Creation's approach towards factionless couldn't work, but it felt unnecessary and regressive in design. And I mean, how was this exciting for people to hear? This was Ultima Online's selling point 18 years prior, but expectations had shifted. Where was the story? And where was the innovation? PC Gamer would see smoke. and question a lot of the aspects of this said Kickstarter and the upcoming Project AOC. First pointing out that Sharif was promising to refund every donation if the game didn't launch, which made them skeptical he could deliver upon that. But again, according to Sharif and the Kickstarter itself, the project was reportedly already funded and was being funded as reiterated by Sharif himself. Writer Steven Messner would express doubts, though, that Intrepid Studios would have the talent to pull off this ambitious idea, period. As although the project would tout having a team with over 40 years of MMO experience, the team he had assembled thus far was anything but experienced for the job largely, at least at the higher end of things. While Intrepid Studios would brag about featuring a former EQ lead game designer, they didn't explain that that developer, Jeffrey Bard, was largely a customer service and QA liaison internationally, and then repurposed into a video game developer when EQ2 was fading. Worse was Sharif propping himself up as this expert of 25 years of experience of MMOs, which was an interesting claim, because they didn't actually exist for that long at the time, and in the same vein would claim that he had no experience in the industry, and his experience was largely business related. That business-related experience was MLM in nature, by the way, as Sharif had worked for an MLM company called Zango, even becoming as successful to be ranked alongside his mother, the true success there, on a top-ranked MLM list. Steven would admit this involvement, but heavily downplay the actual nature of things. In the same interview from 2017, Steven would claim that the project, again, was self-funded, and that any Kickstarter or post-funding was purely to add to additional scope. The rest of the interview is a bit of a dive into the character of Steven, as we will spend a lot of time highlighting throughout the video. This article is a bunch of nice words, without much actual content to it. Hell, many of the things that Steven espouses about are what I call in consultancy level 1 ideas. Ideas we have already seen, and ideas that didn't really work whenever they were implemented the first time. Here we can already see some of the seeds of doubt though. An inexperienced team led by an even more inexperienced leader. One who seemingly would come out of nowhere but wanted to be seen as all important and was really good at building influence and raising money. But Steven would promise to rectify doubts of scope, talent, and resources, creating a new San Diego studio dedicated to MMO development in the summer of 2018. The talent would then be filled with the remnants of Daybreak Games or SOE games, including some of the names that I already mentioned like Jeffrey Bard, but also people like Margaret Crone, and more. This was an addition to the team in Malaysia, who was also working on the in-game assets for the game. Injecting more controversy into things early on would be the announcement of a publishing agreement with My.com, a publisher responsible for some of the most egregious pay-to-win virtual worlds we've ever seen. This would create a pretty big scare amongst the player base and community, being worried about what this could mean for things to come. Having seen this movie before, while this would later be recanted as a publishing agreement for reasons unknown, it would serve as a clue for things to come. And then, to many people's surprise, Intrepid Studios would announce another project, reportedly an extension of their original game dubbed Ashes of Creation Apocalypse, and then launched on Steam December 8th, 2018, just 1 year before they were supposed to drop the Alpha 1. This project was completely confusing for me, and shows early on how willing to hold water for a company that fans of the MMORPG genre were. That's because although the project is advertised as a testing grounds for Ashes of Creation proper, it largely featured a Battle Royale gameplay mode not even featured in the MMORPG anyway. And what was shown, powered by the Unreal Engine 4, was pretty bare bones too, featuring a combat system that looked worse than games that were 6 years older. And before any defenders find their way to my comment section, as they probably will, the reason this thing was a total farce was because A, it sold skins in the shop, despite not being the same game, and B, testing grounds aren't done as public launches. They're vertical slices of vertical slices. The core demo here isn't even present for what Ashes of Creation is supposed to be about and represent. The other argument people make is, well, it was to test combat and castle sieging. Really? Then why did the combat system completely change to a less action-centric one and a more tab-target one, as you will see in the marked ear gameplay footage on screen, and as the video unfolds? And why do the visuals look almost nothing like what the game eventually became? Look, I'm gonna be honest. My theory on things is that Ashes of Creation Apocalypse was to try to convince people both behind the scenes, as we will find out more shortly, or everyone else, that progress was being made, despite it being absolutely a snail progress at the time. And all of this would make a lot more sense as some juicy never-before info was brought forth by a former investor of Ashes of Creation and a friend of Steven Sharif. Yes, you heard that right. Recently in a video with Nefas QS, they were able to contact one of the biggest investors behind the actual project, named simply for this video as Jason, and learn about some of the behind-the-scenes funding fiasco that was ongoing for the project for years. As a different altogether public-facing persona was continuously showcased, misleading the audience into believing that Ashes of Creation was really being self-funded by the same millionaire and then being crowdfunded. I highly recommend watching Nefas QS's video on this topic, as it showcases tons of message correspondence, including Steven himself, where he would employ all of his MLM tactics he learned from his mom apparently to charm not just Jason as an investor, but according to the reports, even more investors. Ashes of Creation felt otherworldly, even without anything to prove for it by design. Steven Sharif would talk about wanting it to be the same size or bigger than World of Warcraft, a titan in the MMORPG industry. Steven would also exaggerate any metric or success his project would receive early on in development, and twist it in a way that would garner more support and, more importantly, more funding. For example, even counting things like Kickstarter funding as sales, something that feels so slimy a fish would be jealous. But more is showcased throughout these message chains, such as how inexperienced in business and development Sharif was, and how more focused on driving up the hype he seemed to be than actually approaching the genre academically. This is showcased by how little actual talent the company had, despite how much money was being involved. And that's the biggest bomb drop of all. Even by 2019, Ashes of Creation had already been burning through its money. And no, not Steven's money, someone else's money, in the tune of millions. To sum this up as fast and efficient as possible, detective style, we start with a reported over whopping $110 million from investors in overall funding, coming from Jason, iDreamSky, a Chinese video game developer publisher, and potentially a few more sources such as Steven's mom as well. An important part of this picture actually, and obviously the more finessed contacts that we haven't mentioned. A reported $10 million from a bank loan, $4 million from Kickstarter, and later a total of $26 million in sales and crowdfunding and more. This is a project that was already more expensive than Throne and Liberty, Terra Online, and even World of Warcraft, and so on and so forth, and had nearly nothing to show for that. But even that money just wasn't enough, as Steven would then love bomb and RP his way more into Jason's heart, and more investors somehow acquiring more hundreds of thousands and even millions in the process, making claims that Microsoft had a team ready to inspect and purchase his project. Mail.ru and Tencent even wanting to purchase rights, and people wanting to even make movies about a game that hadn't come out yet, and much more. The illusion that Ashes of Creation was by the people and for the people was the biggest lie of them all, as Steven took loans out on equity for the company or ownership from the very beginning, even giving up majority portions at points, and that ultimately, private loans formed the entire backbone of the company and development. Throughout the years of this funding leeching, Steven would keep exaggerating numbers, promising that they would beat WoW, Fortnite, and even Apex Legends. If these seem like strange and random comparisons because they're nothing like the game is, that's because they're not being used as design comparisons. They're being used to draw excitement and convince that success could happen in a major way, just like these games. It's almost like a rich kid just deciding to, I want to make Fortnite. And that's when you realize the story of Intrepid Studios really is the story of a son without a name or fame and really much skill of his own, living in his mother's MLN and millionaire shadow, deciding to, as investor Jason put it, manifest their own reality around that. Steven's worst quality of all wasn't just being misleading and, as some would say, a scammer. It's that he wasn't very talented, but good at convincing people that he was, or capable of producing talent or good work from that. A very convincing man, or just con man for short. Nothing he says in the entire chain of messages is insightful, or more impactful than a YouTube comment I've received from one of you guys about one of your favorite virtual worlds. The guy's knowledge of the genre he was burning millions in seemed to not only be incredibly low level, he seemed to be disinterested in learning more about it, including how the market actually worked. The constant comparisons to the Battle Royale genre throughout it aren't just name recognition plays, they're also evidence that Steven had no idea what he was talking about. Hell, even claims of WoW reaching 13 billion in revenue, as he would say. These things are completely unfounded, when Lineage by all proof has made more than WoW by nearly double, making WoW's actual revenue half of what's being bragged. It's like he would lie and exaggerate even just about random claims, apparently. and yet he was able to convince people to the tune of millions, showcasing two huge problems in the MMORPG and virtual world industry. And that's number one. The only people who will have the capability of helming such a MMORPG or large-scaled online RPG have to be capable at generating a lot of money or already have boatloads of it. And two, the level of talent and knowledge in the industry is incredibly low, that even a low-level MMORPG player can convince investors to part with dozens of millions and also convince developers he knew what he was talking about. And that last bit is driving the knife in just a little bit more. Steven, there's a reason you didn't invite people like me to visit when I was in town minutes away from your studio. It's why you actually surrounded yourself with less experienced developers, despite selling the opposite. I think Steven always wanted to be in charge and feel important, and wanted to be creatively in charge specifically. And I think he's the largest reason we see such unimpressiveness from Ashes of Creation on that front. By the same token, after Steven fails to love bomb Jason some more, we realize as 2020 comes to a start that Intrepid Studios was in serious trouble financially and wasn't even close to the finish line. He was very likely going to have to give up more equity of the company to be anywhere close to that finish line. This was a new section that I added on the 16th of this month due to the news of the pending lawsuit where Steven and his husband John Moore are being accused of embezzling funds or taking large amounts of funding unaccounted for. According to the lawsuit, Steven and his husband stole more than $11 million in funding, which would account for like 10% of the project's funding, a non-insignificant amount, likely furnishing a lavish lifestyle or living in the spotlight, even more richly than before. More reports would state that Steven had even been paying himself a six-figure salary as well. That's over the course of apparently 10 years. In other news, Apocalypse would end its testing in March of 2020, becoming a forgotten footnote in the story of Ashes of Creation, a footnote that many of the same fans of the game would defend feverishly back then, only to now suddenly not be spotted, delete their account, or make their profile private. Well, I did find a couple of people parroting the same talking points from years ago. The idea was that this was a test that was effective because it tested the server infrastructure and combat. But my single question for you echoing this still, like an iBot from Fallout, is what did they learn from Apocalypse? And what did they directly implement as a consequence? Don't worry, this is a video you have all day. 2020 would prove to be a challenging year for Ashes of Creation. Not only would their funding start to dry up, Jeffrey Bard, who was previously serving as the game's lead designer, would leave to work in VR instead. Steven and the team, or just Steven, would make the decision to transition to Unreal Engine 5, which wouldn't be as easy as it might sound, requiring significant time and resources, and even years, to make it work properly. This would definitely slow down development for a game that was already 4 years into its development after its announcement. And they started missing deadlines, of course. Intrepid Studios would pick up two major veterans during this time, however, such as the lead writer and narrative designer for ESO, or Elder Scrolls Online, and a former lead developer on EverQuest, Bill Trost. Now, while I think the ESO hiring was good, I don't think we ever saw an ounce of what that was supposed to translate to. With the most lore occurring in the game's character creator, where they can force the most text on you. And the Bill Trost hiring is an interesting one. First off, Bill is incredibly talented, being one of the world builders behind EverQuest. What rubbed me the wrong way was how the hiring was being handled and marketed though, which was that this was the Bill Trost, the lead developer on EverQuest. Meanwhile, he wasn't even originally involved in the first prototyping of that game, and Brad McQuaid and Steve Clover were more so involved in the brass tacks of things. I say this not to discredit Bill, but to showcase that his strengths lied not really in design, but more so in world building, an important task in an MMORPG. And even then, that was made in conjunction with two other serious designers and a full team to boot. Bill's skills would be needed on Ashes of Creation, certainly, but when the entire thing was supposed to be player-run, how much could he really affect in the project, especially when he joined so late? Some creators can create on a dime, and others need the right circumstances. I think the latter seemed to be the case for Bill, who, by the way, the reason why it annoyed me about the hiring, was also in charge of the creative for all of Amazon Game Studios, the game that hadn't made a single game last longer than a few years of relevance, let alone life. And I met Bill in passing at AGS, and to be honest, my experience wasn't that positive. He seemed pretty full of himself and also not interested at the same time, despite offering nothing of note to the conversations that were being had when I visited the studios. And look, if he was in charge of ideas at AGS, well, that was demonstrably a failure, let's be honest. So this hiring felt more like a lifeline being thrown, much like many of the other hirings, to be fair. Bill likely wasn't going to be able to save things, and depending on Steven's ability to control things, he would have little impact in general. And if he did have the chance and time, I don't believe he had the support system to achieve the success he had in the past. My view of MMO development is simple, despite actually being so complex of a job. If you aren't actually and constantly applying yourself to game theory needed in this genre to your mind and honing your idea skills, which inevitably require, conflict and the ability to kill your set ideas, you're going to fall behind other designers. Video game design might be young compared to other design, but it needs to grow up. And if you aren't this kind of theorist, or have the experience to apply it, you better be a really good or dedicated MMORPG player. And yeah, you heard that right. I will never forget the advice I heard from a founder and creator of Curse, the gaming app, one that now runs a bunch of startups. He said if you ever interview or encounter a top 100 MMORPG player, hire them on the spot. And to be honest, that's been true in my experience. Steven, for example, claims to be a 25-year experienced MMORPG player, lasting longer than the industry at the time of the claim made. Meanwhile, when you watch gameplay of him playing, does he play anything close to someone like me or any of the other vets you watch that, YouTube and stream their content? He reminds me of one of my older friends growing up that I used to play with, who was 68 and like a retired vet. It's not even that the analysis wasn't there, it's that the skill wasn't there either. If Steven had been playing these games for 25 years, he had very little to show for it. But Ashes of Creation had been prepping towards its first Alpha 2 release.
In the first sentence.
Releases that were actually supposed to be, finally, a live test for the actual game systems that they were selling themselves on. Now 7 years after it was first announced. The first one, Phase 1, would drop October 25th, 2024, and it was rougher than sand. These tests were incredibly limited in scope and scheduling, only allowing you to test on the weekends. You can see players and creators like the Lazy Peon, a strong supporter of the game, playing this phase and seemingly only levying compliments at the fact that the game was utilizing the Unreal Engine 5 that had many of the things built in already. TLP, though, would talk about how poor the new player experience was, which for me was utterly bewildering. If this is indeed an early test meant to test early parts of the game, then why is this not even fixed? How is it possible you guys didn't build this part of the game first and then actually put the effort into it? And TLP, who was actually kind of like quite flowery about the game overall, would call it straight dog shit, which was pretty damning, to be fair. The quest log is impossible to read. The quests are seemingly scattered at random with no rhyme or reason, and the story is completely non-existent. And the AI tacky voice acting doesn't make anything better, it only makes it worse. How does this stuff even pass QA? All this money, and you couldn't even pay someone enough money to tell them, the things that they would encounter on their first hour of playing the game? For me, the early testing here just wasn't bad. It was showcasing a mixture of design focuses, all ending in a totally subpar project that feels no better than anything 5 to 6 years older. The only thing people are remotely proud about with the game is that the combat system is better than others at the time, such as like Throne and Liberty. But that combat is also ass, so that's not saying anything at all. And the combat, I think, is worse than a game from 2008, like Warhammer Online. Look at the Lazy Peon playing and clipping through the ground as he talks about enjoying the combat. Sorry, I just don't think there was enough here to hype people up. Unless you just don't compare it to any other MMORPG that's known for combat, or any other game period for that matter. The shield constantly being used here was, well, alpha, 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 but we're talking about a project that's 7+ years in. Alpha being used as a shield, if anything, is a dagger to their own cause, and people not recognizing it as such was worrying to me. Something isn't just something because someone says it is, it has to fit the definition and constraints of what's being described. Words have meaning. Calling Ashes of Creation a product at this point that was already making millions repeatedly in alpha, when it had 100+ million in funding, was disrespectful to game design and project management. But look, I wasn't the only one urging caution. Hell, a top-rated AOC post on their subreddit did the same, but brought actual receipts and new information not really ever before seen. This poster, Shumpro, would urge people to be careful about supporting Ashes of Creation, thinking they had so many red flags that just didn't add up. Ashes of Creation had many liens or bank loans and debts accrued. Despite no public mention of this, as I, said previously, they also had a number of pending lawsuits. Worse, Intrepid Studios had been in trouble with the state of California, where it operated, even being suspended by the FTB, removing their power to operate. The poster is under the assumption they circumvented this somehow, but apparently coincide with when the game stopped selling skins, showing little to no activity from the company following this. So signs were there, but just check out the comment section, with a graveyard of deleted accounts mocking the poster, just because they are okay with a video game that was a subpar product. Some even stated that the game felt 45%
Yeah, people
complete
have bad
and were
taste
proud of
now.
it. Yikes.
And
Guys.
they will
Approaching
just defend
Stargate.
something that's not even released yet. And they will tell you you're bad because you don't play that game. Because you can sense that it's not a real game. And it drives me crazy. And now when, you know, the community says the game is bad, I go and I look at the review and I very carefully look. Because I'm like, are you sure? Sometimes I believe them, like High Guard. And, you know, but I wouldn't normally play High Guard anyways.
We're part of the problem sometimes too as fans. Our toxic fandom and positivity can lead to a delusion that reeks so bad that you smell it from a Fallout vault. This is a game that had a bigger budget and more development time than any of the vast majority of the most successful MMORPGs ever. This ignorance people displayed about that became more than that. It became weaponized as a way for other people to make money. That's why I think it's the perfect game genre to con, really. Because like many who came before it, you can promise the Earth and the Moon. People ignored those raising the call, as I will detail later on, instead choosing to huff on hopium. So for those who purchased into the early access alpha release that would drop in December of 2025, those people were almost willfully ignorant, and those who advertised it, even more so. Ashes of Creation had become largely sequestered from those that were truly interested in it, shielding it from criticism at large, or the only people who could play it had to spend a whopping few hundreds of dollars. But that would change seemingly out of nowhere, as the project wasn't even being heavily updated anymore reportedly, and would come as a Steam Early Access Alpha 2 phase launch. The fact that can even be uttered as a sentence is embarrassing, and more embarrassing is the fact that the people were buying into it. Hell, the game was still able to make over $1 million in revenue. Not just because of all the signs pointing to it not being able to be delivered upon, but for the sheer fact that they suddenly rug-pulled the game's entire monetization philosophy, one Steven had mocked other developers about previously, and would start charging a whopping $50 for a supposed alpha. All that chest beating and virtual signaling worked, but it wasn't actually built on anything in reality. Not to mention, this was originally promised 7 years ago. 7 years ago, stop defending this shit. Alpha 1 was supposed to be the same year it launched. It took 4 years to drop. Alpha 2 somehow then took another 7 years after the first announcement. Oh yeah, and in the same mocking, Steven would then claim that New World borrowed ideas. My assumption being that he's probably referring to the node system. A system less complex than the one that I implemented with a friend on a Rust private server nearly 10 years ago, that allowed you to take territory, grow land and NPCs around it, and then wage war on nations through declarations and tax systems. What came next was the expected clown fiesta of many players being shocked. A game now 8 years into development still had fetched quests, graphical glitches and bugs, and a character creation and new player experience that was worse than games that were decades older. Remember, the investors had cut Steven loose at this point. Probably even Mommy did. He didn't have any other money, and was now resorting to arguing in the comment section to make his points, rather, and had to rely on his former MLN contacts to drum up interest and funding. The studio was burning around $400,000, according to reports, every week. A staggering report, and one that makes you question where this money was actually even going. It also probably explains why they ditched the subscription idea too, as that would take time to make money, and they wanted to make that money now. Regardless, it launched on Steam and would garner a paltry 45%, mostly negative rating, where players felt like they were paying $50 to test an alpha, without seeing the payoff for it. And if you read through the positive reviews, it's the saddest bit of hopium I've ever witnessed, with people almost begging and pleading for them to keep improving the game so as to not let their trust go in vain. Any of the positive reviews you see, you can point out other MMORPGs doing things like that better, and leagues better by that measure. Some even handwave other negative reviews. The human psychology of a virtual gamer is truly fascinating, and I will explain why, or attempt to. We are creatures of habit, and creatures looking for another world to inhabit. This is not an easy task to, follow through with, even in a virtual context. It takes absolute belief to make it work, even theoretically, making you abandon some of your own reason and world in the process. The human psychology of a virtual world gamer is special. They're looking for a place to fit in, to be themselves, to make friends and new relationships, and to become something more. These kinds of players are far more likely to see the bright side in something, and believe that some of the rough aspects are just par for the course. due to the inexperienced and young aspects of the genre, and, well, the fact that life is a world and also has tons of rough aspects in it, and yet we enjoy it, hopefully. I'm gonna give a good example here. In Star Wars Galaxy's pre-CU, the era before any of the major combat changes would, update and change the game was seen in this kind of like golden age way. The flaws even kind of glossed over time. People even defending them, claiming they were core aspects by design. And if you didn't like them, well, you're just a Care Bear, or just weak and didn't understand shit. In reality, even from the creator of the game's mouth himself, Raph Koster, the idea of spawning in the middle of nowhere, with no lead up or connection and no ability to then draw players in a linear fashion, it's not good game design, even for an MMORPG. And no, it wasn't planned out either. It just was the nature of the earliness of the genre, and the fact that Star Wars Galaxies, for example, didn't even launch with missions or stories. But as I do on the channel, and well, behind the scenes for a living as a QA tester, now turned consultant, I will break down the minute-to-minute gameplay of Ashes of Creation, and the major systems the game featured, so as to better understand who was in the right here. Was the game overhyped? Were people being too cruel? We won't answer that now. The core movement of Ashes of Creation isn't bad. It's based on the Unreal Engine 5, which has some solid base physics and animations. However, it feels just good enough, where none of the movement actually feels unique to that actual MMORPG or game itself. And it brought nothing new or unique to the MMORPG table in terms of movement, tab target or not. The combat, which goes alongside the movement and gameplay, is honestly much more improved compared to where it started out. I'm much more satisfied with it in the current state. Well, at least I was. However, while I think it is improved, the game still suffers from poor visual clarity, where it's hard to know what you're even doing and how the characters or enemies that you are attacking are reacting to said abilities. There's also such a poor class identity in the game that it makes the combat feel more lackluster than it should. I'll explain. How classes work in AOC is actually a combination of two archetypes, creating a class. If this sounds like Rift, well, it kind of is. The problem is it's way worse. Instead of combining two classes complete with two unique trees and skills, kind of like Guild Wars 1, your second archetype in this game merely affects you passively. Yep, that's it. Passive changes. You can even see Steven explaining it here on screen, and I fell asleep before he even got done with it. Now, not only do the classes in Ashes of Creation lack identity and uniqueness, the actual variety in the game is very trite and artificial. Half of the time, you won't even recognize a class just from watching them fight. Something that like WoW, Warhammer, and Guild Wars 1 all exhibit, being virtual worlds famous for their class identities in combat. The skill in tab target MMORPGs is a combination of timing and knowledge. Most of the time, it's knowledge though, since the speed of the gameplay is much slower than other gaming genres. But knowledge has to be learned, and you can't identify or learn from playing a game that you can't identify things in. It's just disconnected. And when you get the chance to form a team, with the right team comp and people playing their roles, the game lags or fails to even deliver upon its biggest promises. The big open zones with massive amounts of players and content and PvP. It's laggy, and nearly unplayable at just a few dozen players. And when it does work, it works a bit, satisfying a little bit of that classic MMORPG itch, but those margins and moments are very low, and few and far in between. Worse, the amount of desync in the game is worse than games I've seen with budgets that are only in the 6-digit range, but it just lacks anything that makes it really memorable. Past the combat and forgettable class and abilities and, well, talent system, we have the same unreadable quest log still here, and fetch quest design that seems more intent on ferrying you around than teaching you how to play the game, or about what the game is. Quests are a chance to teach players mechanics, story elements, and connect them more to the world that they're around. In Ashes of Creation, you have no idea why anything is even happening, starting from the first zone in the game, where you encounter sickly goblins populating a random area for seemingly no reason. It's like they thought, hell, let's do Warhammer Online or Guild Wars 2, but not actually build anything worthwhile or interesting enough to explore. Questing here hasn't evolved at all, and the storytelling hasn't either. There's nothing drawing you into the world of Ashes, not even the unique visuals. Kitty. If anything, it kind of reminds me of Throne and Liberty, which I just recently covered. Pretty flashes, but a hollow world and a non-impactful art style. They even made a lore reason for putting next to no effort in their world building and lore generation. Civilization is raised from the ashes and must repopulate and redominate the world of Vera, or nodes. Problem being, why is there almost no remnants of civilization that can be spotted besides like the few caves and off structure? And why is there no story tied to any of it? Well, you the player, you have all the burden to create that story, world experience, and thus the connection between the player and the world. Yep, it's all on you guys. If it sounds ridiculous, it should. because it was ridiculous 20 years ago when it was first attempted. It's like they literally went back in time and made a sandbox MMORPG without fleshing the rest of the world out, thinking that that was actually part of the design and story by design. It just works, says Todd Howard in the distance. And the big crowning feature of the game, the factionless warfare and node control systems, aren't even implemented fully. They resemble zone questing with rewards, having less wrinkles to them than Guild Wars 2's world system or war PvP system, which also featured resource generation and war effort aspects. In fact, node wars, as they're called in Ashes of Creation, which are battles that are supposed to take place, over the nodes, are actually just currently cosmetic and don't even grant you a reward. And the idea of people cooperating together to build out nodes ended up in shambles in a jiffy anyway, after some guilds would take control of certain nodes despite not winning a majority of the votes in that election, and would then effectively nerf the region or node, making it worse for other players, or at least more prohibitive. Throw in things like XP loss on death, including if you die to a player who is significantly higher level than you, and you have a collection
so I am going to do that content, I guess. I would like to see it.
Of systems that are
decades
old.
You guys bought me that, and I felt bad. I felt bad. I tried to get your money back so I could buy a different game, but Sir Baltazar. I don't have any drones. Why don't I have any fucking drones? Oh, you fucking idiots. Why don't I have any drones? I hate this developer so much sometimes. You know that I have drones in that fit, you stupid piece of shit developer. Alright, fine. We'll go all the way back 10 jumps or whatever. What do you mean remove location? It's not in my destination, you stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer. What the fuck are you on about? It seems like you're glitching out right now. I'm going to relog, you stupid piece of shit. Fuck you, asshole. Yeah, you are freaking out. You're like freaking out. Is it my keyboard? I can't pause. I don't know. I can't do anything. It's my keyboard. Jesus Christ. For fuck's sake. Fucking piece of shit developer. Fucking keyboard. Come on, man. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I can't pause. I can't do anything. I can alt tab, but I can't hit hit escape. Now what? God damn it, man. I swear to God, it is Eve. It's Eve. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit. Just kill the client then. You stupid, worthless piece of shit cocksucker developers. I'm sick of you fucking stealing from us. You stupid pieces of shit. Lose your fucking company, you fucking assholes. Look, you won't even show me that Eve is playing. Which is just insane. You know there's a lot more apps in this running right now. What are you talking about? There's way more apps in this running right now. What are you talking about? Have you changed the way Task Manager works? I think you did. You're fucking so dumb. You're so dumb. I hate you so much. You're so fucking stupid, you worthless piece of shit developer. Stop fucking with shit that already works. Oh my god. There you go. Now, can I pause yet? It is you. It's you, piece of shit developer. It's you. This fucking retriever is not fit. Why is this retriever not fit? I fit this fucking retriever. What are you doing, kitty? Oh my god. Why do I... Oh my god, I'm in the wrong thing. Go back, motherfucker. Go back.
Autopilot engaged.
Yep, there's the mobs. Let's leave. I'm sick of fucking software developer failure.
Warp drive active.
This guy's selling like 6 horses.
implemented with seemingly no actual innovations or new sharper design. The worst part to me is that the entire idea of their design was already attempted by New World in the first place and failed at epically, forcing them to even completely backtrack on their game design, becoming a theme park game of which they ultimately failed at. Meanwhile, the survival game genre still exists and dominates in this given respect. Think of it. Most new survival games these days have story in them, so Ashes of Creation was promising to have more impact with less tools of creation than one of those games, while not actually featuring any real story? It was just so bizarre and dated. And take note of Albion Online lately, another sandbox game famous for its, open world combat and full loot PvP, who is running towards factional warfare lately as they realized it had the lowest barrier to entry for massive PvP, which is important. All of these things were going on around Ashes of Creation, and yet no lessons were being learned. The game felt like, once again, it was made in a vault, not released to the world for years, living in a vacuum environment. And MMORPG development, especially being the biggest brother in the virtual world space, requires iterative design. Design that gets better and better, and takes notes from those who come before. That's a large reason I made this series, Detectives. It was to educate both fans and developers alike of this notion. Ashes of Creation just wasn't good enough, not for all the money and hype and time involved. Its supposed crowning features were never completed, still being sold on the what-if promises that were never even shown. If these systems were the result of all that money and time, it was a demonstration that the talent was severely lacking and Dunning-Kruger was making many appearances. Because you shouldn't get a participation trophy for merely attempting the hardest game genre when you never even got close to even delivering upon it. And yes, that applies to the rank-and-file developers here too. Sorry, but even in the ashes, if you will, of a failed project, you can still find quality typically. But what will these developers in this case point to with Ashes of Creation and Pride? I have no idea, but I can't imagine much. Ashes of Creation wasn't just subpar, it was a fantasy game more than just the setting of the game. Sold more on things that didn't exist and never existed, that were promised to come, more than anything it had to show for. I will be blunt, as I have been for the majority of this video, for good reason. If you can't showcase your crowning feature years into the development to completion, it's either time to get a new crowning feature, or just stop kidding yourself and everyone else into thinking you can pull it off. The population of the game would jump up to around 27,859 players peak and just under 20,000 players concurrently, showing how desperate we were as a player base to play something momentous, reportedly still managing to sell 4 to 6 million, which is still, I think, impressive considering all the red flags and, immorality of the project, something that I've never really invoked in the series before. And that's because what came next shocked everyone. Even the developers left on the project, and Steam themselves. Publicly, suddenly, Intrepid Studios would announce that a WARN Act had been issued, which was 60 days notice of a potential firing or let go of the staff, affecting as many as 210 developers, including 123 of which were working in California. According to Steven, control of the company has shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions that I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership would resign. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can—
So this hybrid server, they either banned me or I can't get on anymore. I don't know what happened and I lost that work, which is just another reason not to play Rust. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I mean, I could go back to Brits, I suppose, and focus on a PvE ship. But no, I don't want to spend the time. No, I have gotten Rust out of my system. It's like this thing I come back to now, like heroin to like relapse to and then disappear
Approaching Stargate.
Let me get off it. I kind of want to buy starters orders. That was on my list. It was something on my list. I'm going to go on Steam and take a look at that. But the problem is it'll lock me out of my main, and like let's see if GOG is selling that same game, because it's like, yeah, I can't buy it on Steam. I don't think Steam is a big turnoff now because it just locks you out of all the other games. Looking for 76 banged my wrist today when I slipped in the mud.
And say is that the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserved better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed at the situation.
Autopilot
This
jumping.
made it seem like things were completely out of his hands, Steven that is, and that it was a moment of villainism or something. In reality, as we found out later from more reports at least, including investors and developers involved in the project, the story goes as follows
Walking
as
to
far as we
Stargate.
know. Steven was indeed running out of money, and his last funding stretches seemed to come from other MLN contacts and friends. Those friends were expecting to see some return on investment. They took control based on debts owed of majority equity, no longer making Steven in charge, to which he would then protest or act like a little kid and take their ball home after being dunked on and would resign, which would then make the senior leadership do the same, which would then result in the board terminating the staff. While there are reports that the board was reportedly just weeks old and consisted of, one other investor, Steven and his husband, it doesn't include or mention the other serious investors involved in the project that we found out about later on. And also Karen Boreko, while maybe an unsavory character, was then demonized as the one who was forcing these actions. And sure, while some documents were showing that Steven was the only board member, he likely wasn't in charge anymore. I think that this was used as a smokescreen, but not to the degree that people were implying. Instead, Steven clearly wanted to shield himself from more liability, which is why he would reportedly sell his house to his own trust company and then place the blame on those who were expecting him to start paying up finally and not promising more nonsense. Even if what Steven said is true, and he was unfairly forced to make some kind of decision he didn't agree with, eventually at some point, when you don't own the majority of your company that you kept essentially this, charade going with, stuff like that's gonna happen. And that's when we have a classic Nepo baby exit, where it's everyone's fault, but their own. The problem is, those who face the consequences are now everyone else he roped up into the scheme, including the rank-and-file developers, such as Margaret Crone, who served as the community manager, and was actually my manager back in Guild Wars 2 when I played professionally too. So I trust her account. Margaret would also claim that people didn't even know the game was going to launch until 2 weeks before, and then they were let go without any warning, nor were they paid. Because Steven chose to pull the plug like he did, he basically squandered any chance the development team could make money from the sales at launch, which could have at least helped cover their severances. Almost like a petulant child who couldn't get their way anymore and just decided to ruin the ice cream for everyone else. Look, I don't think Ashes of Creation was very good, but that doesn't mean that it didn't have some hard-working developers caught in this drama crossfire, now without a proper job or financial incentive. If the guy in charge was able to woo everyone else naturally, he was probably good at wooing developers too, at least the less experienced kind seemingly. Ashes of Creation wasn't just an exercise in holding developers or leadership accountable as a player, but as a developer too, because I'm going to say something a bit controversial here.
Look, so No Man's Sky is suddenly off 60% off when I wanted it to be, and it's in my cart right now. It's funny, so they knocked it off on GOG. I would like an updated copy of No Man's Sky for $24. I was gonna buy Diablo 2 remastered, but no, I don't think so. What is that sound? Oh, yeah, people are making exits, yeah. So
Autopilot jumping.
I mean, I do want a copy of No Man's Sky. I wonder if they'll let me bring my saves over.
Warp drive
I might
active.
have to start over. No, I don't want to buy No Man's Sky for $24. If I buy No Man's Sky... Why? Okay, why are we taking a picture, you fucking idiots? Oh, because of my fucking keyboard. I gotta get rid of this keyboard. Oh my god, this fucking keyboard is so dumb. It constantly changes when I don't even touch it. It's so dumb. It won't even type the end key right now. It's so dumb. What's wrong with this fucking keyboard, man? Just reset it. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit keyboard. All right, so oh yeah, so No Man's Sky before I was rudely fucking interrupted. Okay, so No Man's Sky is 60% off on Steam. Change Game Store to Xbox. Okay, so I could buy it on Xbox and I could play it on GeForce Now. How much is it on Xbox? And that way I wouldn't be locked out.
Jumping.
You know, I could keep No Man's Sky running in the background because it is a long form game. It doesn't. I mean, it has passive income.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled.
I don't want to stop outside the station. I want you to dock directly to it.
Warp drive active.
I believe all accounts and hope the multiple lawsuits pending against Ashes of Creation are successful, something in the 7+ range now, by the way. I do think that this should serve as a warning to future developers or current developers. If something seems too good to be true and proof isn't in the pudding, it probably is and was too good to be true. And if you're willing to take a paycheck over trusting your gut or artistic morals, you can't be surprised when things go wonky and you're discarded. I know people will take a lot in the name of art and, well, making a living to, you know, live, but there's a reason that the senior leadership at Ashes of Creation post the kerfuffle are either very hands-off or disappeared with the win, and I think it's because they were just there to collect a paycheck, and that was sort of it. The plot would still thicken, somehow, with Miss Boriko coming out and claiming that the project was still going to be continuing, with development largely existing in China and being supported by Battle Passes subscriptions and a game gold shop.
Accepted.
Oh, goody. Development was promised to be accelerated, somehow. But guys, if you're buying this shit, please donate to my channel on Patreon. Seriously, I know this is kind of like a weird segue, but I'm a wizard from the future, and I've come back and I'm saying I need some support so I can keep making these videos. But anyway, who's buying this shit at this point? How would things accelerate? Unless Steven was that much in charge of things before and was stinking up the place, and even if that was the case, why? Why wouldn't...
See, they just want you to buy the game. They don't care which store it's on because they're all the same people. And like, I guess Xbox would keep me from... I could keep a permanent copy of No Man's Sky on Xbox running. Okay. I have achievements in the No Man's Sky for Xbox, which I don't really understand. Did I play it on Xbox? I must have. I have to, oh no, 27, and I don't know. I don't think I do. Or how long to beat, 31 hours for the main story. But this game is not 150 hours long. It's not. It goes on forever. It takes so long to do anything in this game. What are you talking about? It's not 150. Yeah, if you use a guide. Oh, my kitty's flopping her tail around. Yeah, you cute little tail. Tail's so cute. I mean, I'm not poor. I could buy No Man's Sky and run it on GeForce Now through Xbox. It's weird how it knows when I'm playing. It's like, well, cloud could be another way of doing that. I could run it on the cloud and just pay for the cloud for a couple of months, but I don't think so. I mean, right now, I'm not locked out of No Man's Sky on Steam. I'm not. I don't think that kids game is a game that I can lose myself in. I just don't think so, you know? So, okay, what now? Yeah, so like, board ship. Are you fit? Yeah, you're fit. Why wasn't the other ship fit? You're so dumb. You're so dumb. I want to bring a mobile tractor unit now to these things and bring the mobile tractor unit with me. I forgot about it last time. No item hanger. Mobile tractor unit. Nope. Okay, well then buy a mobile tractor unit. Mobile tractor unit. I should learn the BPO for mobile tractor units so I can make my own, because boy, is it fucking expensive. And it's not even that fucking much cheaper to buy, like a buy order either. Yeah, just buy one. That's fine. I want to put it in my fit, but I don't know. Is this ship insured?
Creatives not stand for more when the dude was clearly not that talented. Meanwhile, interestingly enough, this Breako is attached to Vima, an MLN wellness company, and another man named Tim Sharif is running another MLN company dubbed 310 Nutrition, where they are apparently offloading loads of Ashes of Creation merch onto Amazon. This screams liquidation to me, as the company who invested so much into the project and was probably a part of one of the people suing Steven, including Jason himself by the way, the project's major sole investor, wants to make some sort of profit out of things, or at least break even. But even if we see Ashes of Creation live on in some form, expect to see a bastardization of the vision and ideas that they were able to sell people on just that, being a vision and ideas. Players would push for refunds, with some being unsuccessful and others realizing the key was to actually go about it in a particular way that forces an actual person to support you instead, which was then proving successful. Due to the nature of Ashes of Creation just launching and the studio behind it being gone, Steam would quietly pull the game from their store, sadly damaging the development team in the process too. Well, detectives, we've reached the end of this timeline, and no, I'm not ready to end the case just yet. No, instead I'm doing something that needs to be done. And approaching a controversial subject, many are quick to avoid. That's accountability. Yep, it's time to do a victory lap of those who were cautious of things and offer good insight, and ruh-roh lap for those who hyped the game up, elevated the game's platform irresponsibly, and either disappeared after the fact or just came back and seemingly joined the other former group instead,
fucked
as
over
if nothing
so many
happened.
people.
Let's start with some of the
I
largest
knew he was an
culprits.
asshole. I took him off my channel like in 2024 or something like that. I was like, this guy, I don't want to hear him anymore. He's such an asshole. And he was such an asshole. He fucking played this game up like it was going to be...
Autopilot engaged.
Like it was going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. And it's like, no, it couldn't possibly be. Not if it's like...
disabled. No waypoint set.
So yeah, we're going back out to Osmond, are we? Yeah, so... set destination. Go.
Warp drive active.
Ah, workhorse step.
Lazy Peon, Pirate Software, and Zyback TV, and many
Yeah, those are all people I've taken off my channel because they're like these weird right-wing people.
more. These
I
content
don't
creators
know Pirate Software is right-wing. I don't know what his affiliation is, but he sure has the priggish attitude of one.
didn't just glaze the game, they had personal relationships with Steven that I think personally impacted their way of viewing his product. I mean, DLP has 28 videos on the game, of which 24 of them are pretty positive, even when they had almost nothing to show for that. With Zyback, you have a content creator who was just 2 months ago criticizing other content creators and players for being too critical of Ashes of Creation, now making videos about covering the drama, seemingly not making any admissions of their own incorrectness in the process, which you can even see his comment section hold him accountable for on his videos. Look, you guys know I almost never talk about other content creators, because it's not my interest to sit here and, you know, blah blah blah, or whatever else. But, I mean, some accountability has to happen. And then we have Pirate Software, a self-reported expert in MMORPGs who worked at Blizzard with the help of his executive father, likely finding kindred spirits in the nepotism that Stephen Sharif demonstrated, and joining in on things.
They all
PS
play
was
like
literally involved in the
Hawkeye Star Rail and fucking like Genshin and shit and fucking PAX Day and Ashes of Creation and Star Citizen because they all have bad taste. They're not very good at gaming. Remember when, I mean, he's good at gaming. Notice how mad they were when he didn't die in hardcore because they kept thinking he was bad, but no, he wasn't bad. He didn't die.
Project and hadn't stopped being involved until more recently.
He's not bad. He's just
approaching Stargate.
priggish.
Well, referrals were never active, and as long as you weren't personally engaged,
He reminds me of Ben Stein?
Convenience, things should be fine. Now, PS does say sorry, but it feels like a forced sorry. The sorry with no introspection. Meanwhile, the guy used to brag about being best buds with Stephen Sharif.
Oh,
We expect more than just a 20-second apology, right? These content creators might not have profited from referrals, but they did assist in the drumming up of excitement and increasing the profile and funding of Ashes of Creation. And if you're going to be there to hype something up, if you want to be taken seriously at least, you better be there to take the L too. But this is the game where now they're going to be covering the fiasco from another angle naturally, or already have. Now, some content creators, of course, were ahead of the curve and warned of some potential red flags, or just to not trust Intrepid could pull off the project. Starting, honestly, with a lot of proper video game journalists who had pretty good records, like Steven Messner from PC Gamer or Justin Olivetti from Massively OP. They urged caution, warning that the team didn't look experienced enough. Meanwhile, Josh Strife Hayes, who like me was way ahead of the curve, warned people about the game over 2 years ago. My own words, as stated from my Kickstarter report card video, show that I was dubious about the funding of the project. And
if you don't need the money, you don't hype these terrible games.
Didn't like how seemingly deceptive they were being about it. I even found it bizarre they had breached Kickstarter policies yet had no penalty assigned, as if Kickstarter...
You know, it's weird because it's like Star Citizen, I saw footage that I believe to be a real game, so I bought it. AOC never managed to do that for me. I was like, I don't believe this is a real game. It looks crappier than WoW Classic, and it has always looked crappier than WoW Classic.
Who plays this independent party could have played a large part in stopping all of this. Now, detectives, this case has come to an end, and another major Kickstarter MMORPG has failed to put their work where their mouth is. But Ashes of Creation was a case like no other, and that case has largely come to an end. I say largely because the lawsuits, plural, are still unfolding, and we will likely see more details come out in Discovery concerning the project and the developer behind them, Intrepid Studios. But our work as of now, in this video, is done. We've gathered enough clues to crack this case. And so, why did Ashes of Creation die and find itself in the Death of a Game series before even reaching a full launch? A forgettable world and non-existent lore, unfinished, overly hyped systems, poor management and development focus, poor or no vision, rug pulled at the end, simply put, a lackluster product for time or money invested, misleading funding and CEO activities. The story starts and ends with Ashes, but the fallout here was different than the titles before. Some might call it doom posting, but I actually think that the community's reception for Ashes of Creation was real, and a much needed one. Yes, there's a lot of I told you so's going on, including in this video, but at this point, why was there ever even so much faith in the project in the first place, when even the ideas they were selling the game on weren't particularly unique or impressive? Hopium, and that's why the crow feeding needed to happen. Having hope is great, and a needed trait in many scenarios, but hope, when you're a paying customer, is just like naivety, really. Sure, some projects succeed from crowdfunding, for example, but if you aren't able to get information like funding information, you should probably have your detective intuition or spidey sense going off, and know that things weren't as they seemed. And for those who got caught into the wave that was Ashes of Creation or the cult of personality that was Stephen Sharif, let this serve as a lesson to you. Not just to not repeat the same mistake again, because that's your own decision or volition, but not doing it again because if you do, you will be a part of what dooms our MMORPG market, or virtual world market, at least temporarily until things can be attempted again. Because the key for this industry to improve is a rising tide raising all boats. That means we need to be a united front. In order for developers to get better at developing these complex games, we have to hold them more accountable and be more educated ourselves. This will take time, for sure. But if we can continue to increase our understanding of this complex space and live with principles, we can naturally sort these sort of projects out properly without letting them get this.
I feel ripped off by Arc Raiders. By the time they finally put it on GeForce Now, I didn't want to play it anymore, and I feel really ripped off by Arc Raiders. Fucking annoying.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, kid, are you leaving? All right, bye. Fuck you. Just kidding. Ooh, the industry's not doing so good. It's like, It's like, Where do I want to spend my time? It's hard to pick.
It's far.
I don't want to play console ass, you know, No Man's Sky. I've finished out 76. I'm playing Mortal Eve and FFXI. I don't know what else to play. I guess I'm just gonna play Mortal Eve and FFXI and just call that a game.
Before people realized things weren't as they seemed. Thanks for watching, and let me know in the comments below your thoughts on Ashes of Creation and what you liked about the project, or what your opinions were about it before all of this recency.
I think there's a treadmill that gamers run in these MMOs where they get in, they want to be there for 20 years, but they power game for like 3 years, and they completely make sure that everything about the game is completely known, and they grind and they push. And I think if you yourself can somehow break free of that and never race a curve, you can enjoy MMOs. Otherwise, you just feel like there's never enough games to compete on. But if you're happy in your little groove, like, you can do okay. I have to go back and take that re-raise scroll back, damn it. But I am getting all the white mage scrolls that I need, which is good.
Stuff happened. And if anything you think I missed concerning why the game ultimately failed, until the next case.
I like this channel, but I think he's negative, and I think this was an appropriate video, and by the time he did an appropriate video, it felt like the video was full of a lot of filler.
Approaching Stargate.
Taxes of evasion. Oh my god. Narcause this. What? Narcause this.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Ice 9, Santa Monica. What?
And dangers untold. I venture without fear.
Yep, Death of a Game, High Guard. Why you should pick one game? Nope. Nope, you're wrong. Oops.
We live in a time where gaming feels like an overflowing buffet. We have 100 games installed, 1,000 more on sale, and somehow I'm playing less than ever. And I realized something recently. I'm not actually playing games anymore. I'm sampling them, taste testing them, an hour here, 30 minutes there, always wondering if something else might be better. In the result, I never sink into anything. I never get lost. I never end up feeling that spark.
Yeah, I'm never that immersed
anymore. That creative, immersive feeling that made me fall in love with games in the first place.
Occasionally.
So today I want to make an argument. One I definitely don't always practice myself. And that's to stay with one game. Hey guys, I'm Starter27 and welcome back to the channel. Grab yourself something to drink, get comfy, settle in, and let's talk about why it might actually be a good thing to choose one game. Modern gaming gives us more choice than ever, and I think that ends up being part of the problem. There's new releases every week, backlogs that pile up, social media telling you what you should have been playing right now, and underneath all that, there's this pressure, even though it's not outright stated, this pressure to keep up, to finish everything, to not fall behind. But here's the truth that you probably already feel somewhere. You don't need to keep up with every release, you don't need to finish your backlog, and you don't need to play what everyone else is playing. What you might need is depth. And depth doesn't come from bouncing around. Depth takes time. Depth takes commitment. And the thing is most games don't get good in the first hour. The first hour is mostly just friction. You're learning the systems, you're figuring out the controls, you're trying to understand what the game even wants from you. And some games don't even reveal themselves in the first 5 or 10 hours. But the magic, the real magic, that happens later. When the map becomes familiar, when you start recognizing the soundtrack, when the world stops feeling like a game, it starts feeling like a place. And you can't get there if you're switching games every 40 minutes. Our brains are addicted to novelty. At least for me, new game, new character, new shiny loot, that is always so much more exciting than the thing I'm currently doing. But novelty is shallow by nature. Depth works differently. Depth takes intention. Depth takes a choice. And this really hit me recently because I just recently got a new PC, and it's been many years since I've gotten into PC gaming. And if you've been in that lane before, you know how that goes. You install everything. You boot up 10 different games just to see the frame rate. You bounce from title to title, just seeing what works. And for a few weeks, that's exactly what I was doing. I wasn't playing, I was sampling, and it was good. I got a good idea of what I can and can't do and what I want to focus on this compared to my consoles. And off stream especially, I felt this
video is putting me to sleep and I don't agree with him.
I'm what you might call an MMO nomad. While Elder Scrolls Online has been my primary MMO for many years, there's never been a time where I wasn't also spending hours in another MMO alongside it. I've spent a great deal of time playing Guild Wars 2, Lord of the Rings Online, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Old School RuneScape, RuneScape 3, Dark Age of Camelot, Neverwinter back in the day, Albion Online, and if you even want to stretch the term MMO a little bit, Fallout 76.
I love 76.
There's probably a lot of others that I've played that I'm not even remembering at this point. While my time spent in each of these games varies, Guild Wars 2 has been my second most played MMO by far, with Fallout 76 probably right behind it. I mention all of these to set the stage and make it clear that I'm no stranger to trying out new MMOs. I just love the genre. I love people hanging out in a region or global chats and just chatting about anything while also chipping away at a quest or the next level up. There's a trope that MMO players love playing solo together, and I think there's a lot of truth in that, and I also don't think it's a bad thing. A community of players that exist within the same shared experience and world is what separates the MMO genre from other multiplayer games. And that's the fundamental promise of an MMO, isn't it? Players coexisting in a shared world, interacting, discovering, exploring, or even helping each other out. It's the idea that you can forge your own path in the world, and if you want to be a PvP player, come close to capturing the promise of what an MMO could be like Project Gorgon has. Allow me to explain. At its core, Project Gorgon is a tab-targeting MMO. and it would lean closer to being a sandbox than a theme park if you're putting it somewhere on a gradient between those 2 points. A sandbox MMO, for those who aren't familiar, is one that has very little direction and very little in the way of things that you must do based on your level or however the game wants you to move forward. A theme park MMO is one that is a bit more like World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings Online, where generally you move from zone to zone and from quest giver to quest giver along a general set path, taking you from point A to point B. So between those 2 points, Project Gorgon exists a little bit further onto the sandbox MMO side. But to describe Project Gorgon as only a tab targeting MMO that's a sandbox design does a major disservice to the game. It has tab targeting combat, yes, but it's built around a system of combat skills where you choose one skill to be your primary and another to be your secondary, essentially creating your own unique class. For me, I went with fire magic and knife fighting because I wanted to be able to set enemies on fire at a distance.
Hence the
but I
stave.
also wanted to have an option to stab them when they got close. It was also the closest I could get to being Gandalf with his staff and sword, and I just think that that's cool. Was this combination meta? Who's to say? But because of the game's random loot system, I started getting drops that focused on improving both my fire magic and knife fighting skills. So at the end of the day, the game adapted to me and how I chose to engage with it, and it gave me fun things that I could equip. And what's more exciting about this combat system is that you don't actually have access to all of them in the beginning. I only learned fire magic because I helped out an NPC in town, and he offered to start training me. And I only learned the knife fighting skill because I went out and explored, and found another NPC that let me learn it. It's that exact thing that Project Gorgon does so well, and what I realized I was missing so much from other MMOs. It's this intersection of gameplay systems that makes an MMO feel so deep and gets you wanting to keep engaging with it. This is something that RuneScape figured out years ago. By exploring, I leveled up my cartography skill, making me better at exploring the world. By interacting with NPCs found during that exploration and doing quests for them or giving them gifts, I raised my favor with them. By raising favor with NPCs, they then offered to buy and sell things to me, including training services for new skills. And by getting these new skills, I'm given the freedom to explore different combat skill combinations, and by exploring these different combinations, the loot flexes to meet me at my level, encouraging me to keep doing what I find fun, in turn, gives me the equipment that benefits me. And it's worth noting that the loot given doesn't simply raise your damage output, as damage is almost entirely determined by your level in the combat skill. Instead, the equipment you pick up adds passive buffs to things like your health, armor, inventory size, or specific skill effects. While I've not gotten one yet, I have heard that some equipment effects can even turn single target abilities into an AoE. So you engage in finding this randomly generated loot through combat, but also by raising affinity with NPCs, you can buy and sell equipment to them, and also buy equipment sold to them by other players, and see if there's anything there that fits your character. I've gotten quite a few upgrades this way, and it kind of feels like thrift shopping in all the best ways. It's a loop that is always focused on you, the player, being able to do what you want, and it'll bend in order to make sure you continue feeling like you are the one in control, and all the systems in the game coincide in some way so that it never feels like you're wasting time leveling up something that doesn't matter. Beyond combat skills, there's also an insane number of non-combat related skills. I've mentioned cartography, but there's also assessment, which you level up by inspecting other players. Leveling this up lets you learn more about other people on inspection. There's compassion, where burying a dead body or performing other compassionate acts grants experience, and in turn grants bonus levels to other skills like first aid and meditation. There's a skill for vocabulary I found because I picked up a word game item, and it lets me play a mini game against other players and NPCs where you try to make as many words as possible from a single word. It's actually really fun, and it levels up a skill. Even dying is a skill. By dying in unique ways, you gain experience, and leveling this up grants bonuses to your HP and, from what I gather, some other skills as well. There is, of course, also the traditional skills, such as gathering, cooking, etc. But while these skills may be more traditional, they still intersect other skills and systems in fun ways. For example, while I can learn to get better at cooking, the food I make could be eaten by me to improve my gourmand skill and gain temporary stat buffs, or I could give the gift to an NPC, thus raising my favor with them. Both options are good, and it's up to me how I want to engage with these systems and what I feel is a better use for the item that I crafted. And while I've spent a great deal of time talking about skills, the game isn't entirely based around them. There's a main questline for you to follow along, and you'll be absolutely flooded with NPC favors to work on. These are sort of like side quests. So while Project Gorgon is closer to a sandbox MMO, it also ensures you have quests and tasks that you can work towards. And even simple quests like kill 5 dinosaurs can be made all the more interesting when you stumble on a puzzle down in the crypts where you're fighting these dinosaurs, and now you're down here looking for the solution. And the game is full of these little puzzles, riddles, or even math questions for you to find, and resolving them is always worth it in some way, giving you XP or actual item rewards. They also encourage you to take advantage of the game's built-in note-taking ability, where you have various tabs that you can label and fill with whatever information seems relevant to you. You can craft or find things called words of power, and you're told you need to write them down, and probably what the effect does, as it's not an item that gets stored in your inventory initially. It just is a word that you can type into the in-game chat, and when your character speaks it, you gain the effect. So this is really fun to see people in chat type out a word in the nearby chat lobby, and all of a sudden you know, oh, they've got some kind of really cool effect that just happened. I think the best way I could describe it is that for almost every traditional MMO feature that Project Gorgon has, it found a way to surprise me with it. And not always by changing things for the sake of change, and sometimes really not even by changing some of it at all, but just by utilizing it in some way that feels like I'm engaging with the game, the world, and the players and the NPCs more than I have in any other MMO that I've played.
Why don't you let me scroll down? What's your fucking problem, piece of shit, cocksucker software developer? What's your malfunction? Why won't you let me scroll down? What's your fucking thing? Why is this so tiny? You're fucking so dumb. Is it my keyboard in my bedroom? It must be. No wonder it's acting so dumb. My other keyboard's broken too. The other keyboard's busted too. Keyboards break. Fucking so annoying. Stop. Why is the control key fucking stuck down? Why? Stop. Why is the control key stuck down? Because you're fucked up. You're fucked up. Get back to working again and reset it all. Reset the keyboard or whatever it is you do. I hate this keyboard's causing me serious problems now. You're still holding the scroll key for some reason. What? Why are you holding the scroll key? Or the control key? Why? Because I see that the function key is like fucking up here. Reset this keyboard. I can't use this keyboard anymore. It's driving me fucking crazy. You're driving me crazy, motherfucker. If I turn you off, will you stop scrolling? No, it's the website. It's the website doing it. Jesus Christ, man. It's the website doing it. Reload the fucking website then, you stupid piece of shit.
I'm what you might call an MMO
What the
nomad.
fuck are you doing?
While
No, it's
Elder
not the
Scrolls
website,
Online
it's
has been my
something
primary
else.
MMO for many years, there's never been a time.
What? Motherfucker, why? Why is this happening? Why am I stuck scrolling? What the fuck's going on? And you're not hiding my taskbar. You're acting so weird. Why are you acting like this? Fucking piece of shit cocksucker software developer. Fucking piece of shit cocksucker software developer. What is your fucking problem? Maybe if I control delete, you'll fix. You fucking piece of shit software developer. You suck so much dick, fucking software developer. Fucking Microsoft Windows piece of shit cocksucker software developer. What the fuck's your fucking problem? What the fuck's your fucking problem? For fuck's sake, man. I'm gonna restart my computer, I guess. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Gotta restart my computer. Piece of shit cocksucker software developer alert. Piece of shit cocksucker software developer alert. Killing the world. Stealing from us. Raping our children. Piece of shit software cocksucker software developer alert. Bill Gates. Here we are. Here we are. Sorry. Gotta go restart my computer again. For the billionth time. Jesus fucking Christ. You can't fix this, huh? Did you fix this? It looks like it finally did. It did finally. What the fuck's wrong with you, stupid piece of shit software developer? Suck my fucking dick.
Time where I wasn't also spending hours in another MMO alongside it. I've spent a great deal of time playing Guild Wars 2, Lord of the Rings Online, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV.
You skipped me back for some dumbass fucking reason, you idiot software developer. Why? I wasn't even on the video. You're so dumb. You're so
players
dumb.
And the NPCs more than I have in any other MMO that I've played. You've probably already got this figured out by the footage. But what Project Gorgon isn't is pretty. It's a rough looking game. The graphic fidelity is low to mid, the art direction can be a bit uninspired, and the animations are awkward and stiff. It's simply not a very appealing game to look at in most situations.
Oh, that was a major
While games like
problem for me.
RuneScape also don't have
It's
high
not that
fidelity
it's not-
graphics,
graphics
it
are
makes up
good.
for it in art
It's that they're actively ugly.
direction being super consistent and unique to itself, along with really charming music to tie it all together. Project Gorgon doesn't quite have that, unfortunately. But I would urge anyone with a passing interest in MMOs to really give this game a shot. It has a free demo that lets you go through the tutorial island and explore the entire first zone, and take any skill up to 15, which is quite a significant chunk of game. And your character continues into the full game if you decide to purchase it. There's no mandatory subscription, no daily login rewards, no in-game shop, no alternative currencies. It's just a genuine MMO that wants you to have fun. What it lacks in flair, it makes up for in passion. And at least for the time being, I think this is going to be one of, if not the, main MMOs that I actually play going forwards. Thanks for watching,
I
everyone.
bought all these games, I just can't play them. But maybe in 5 years, I'll go back and I'll be like, I owned that game. Why won't you start, piece of shit developer? I pay for premium
Alright,
to
we're gonna
start
go
the
over 4
goddamn video, you asshole. It's like I paid your money for a service, you need to give it to me.
Times that game developers got really
Piece of
greedy.
shit,
And the
cocksucker
first one
software
is
developer.
Tarkov. So first, some history on me with Tarkov. I bought Tarkov in June 2017, and I never upgraded to Unheard. which is the topic of the story. I bring this up just to show you I was paying close attention when all this was happening. But this Reddit post by Doobie also helped too. So Tarkov Unheard Edition. On April 24th, 2024, BSG announced a patch. BSG are Battle State Games, and they're the people that make Tarkov. So on April 25th, the Unheard trailer was posted and it was available to buy. There was immediate backlash. People complained about the price being $250. We'll get to the features in a second. What really bothered a lot of people were the promises they broke with EOD. So EOD stands for Edge of Darkness, and it's basically the previous really expensive edition before Unheard. This was available from 2017 to I think
and that's the one I bought, of
2023 or
course.
4.
That's the one I've got, of course.
Before it was made unavailable to buy anymore, and eventually Unheard is what replaced it. The difference is that EOD was $150 and Unheard is $250. So what it really feels like is them trying to push people that already have EOD into upgrading to Unheard. And one thing that people saw as a really big broken promise is that PvE mode was only available for Unheard. And this is where we have their first double down. So they went on Twitter and said that PvE is a unique feature which is available only for the owners of the Unheard edition. Of course they got community noted because they sold EOD with the promise that everybody would receive free access to all subsequent
the idea of PvE Tarkov is also terrible because either the mobs one-shot you with their nasty fucking sniper scabs or whatever, or what. When I think PvE, I think dogs and goblins and ghosts and, you know, lots of mobs and stuff to fight. I don't think rust mobs, you know, like, how is that PvE? If it is, it's got to be more interesting than it is. Those scabs, they're not good enough. They're not good enough to fight all day. It makes the game a lot more attractive because you're like, oh, I could go run a lot of raids and just keep stacking my thing, and it makes it a great little single player experience, but I don't think so.
DLCs.
And I bought 2 copies of EOD, not just one, but 2 copies of EOD. I bought 2.
mode is definitely just a DLC. Real fast, we have to go over the Unheard features. They got an even bigger stash, more trader rep, more starting gear, the 3x3 gamma container, all future DLC for free, the PvE mode, which was a unique feature apparently, increased character skills, fancy clothes, and a fancy dog tag, the pockets, which we'll talk about, the Avengers Assemble device, which we'll also talk about, a device that prevents scabs from shooting you at 60 plus meters away. Scabs are just the AI in the game, and with this device, if you have one of the traders at max rep, the AI just wouldn't shoot at you at 60 meters away. And it's at this point that I want to remind you that Tarkov is a hardcore first-person shooter with deep and unforgiving mechanics. And realistically, these are the only ones that really matter. The increased character skills isn't that big of a deal, but early wipe it could definitely get you somewhere faster than someone else. I think the website edits are pretty funny. So you can see before it said free access to all subsequent DLC, so a season pass, and it said such as Escape from Tarkov Arena. Arena is just their competitive shooter. It's a fully different game that you can buy, but they gave it to EOD owners anyway. You can see they removed that in the after, and the thought here is that they didn't want people to point to this and use it as a reason that PvE should also be included with EOD. They did this while Landmark was looking at the website.
Okay, so this is getting into an interesting thing that we noticed on stream today. So originally, I have an archived web page of their website describing the Edge of Darkness edition when you buy it, and it says, included in the edition, free access to all subsequent DLC, parentheses, season pass, such as Escape from Tarkov Arena. I read that exact description on the webpage today, and then soon after, the page was updated, and they removed the part that says such as Escape from Tarkov Arena.
In that next one, you can see that they removed the word unique from the secure container. And yeah, this is because they just had to add the same container to the Unheard edition. They couldn't just make a new container for some reason. Real fast about that Avengers Assemble device. I don't even know the actual name of this thing because this is all I call it. The idea was that if you were lonely in a raid or you needed help or something, then you can use this device and call in people from your friends list into the raid. It's just crazy. Everybody knows that this would never work. If you've never played Tarkov, you might be wondering why I keep talking about these pockets. Well, from 2017 to 2024, everybody had 4 1x1 squares of pockets. Now, pocket invest space is a little bit different in Tarkov. You can actually use healing items from your hotbar and reload magazines from your pockets and vest space, whereas you can't do that stuff from your backpack. So of course, Unheard has 2 1x1 squares and 2 1x2 rectangles, because most mags are 1x2, the ones that matter anyway. You could also fit bigger healing items, and it's just a pretty big deal in general, which they know obviously. On April 26th, Nikita attempted to do some damage control. Nikita owns BSG, so he's kind of the Microsoft and the Todd Howard of BSG at the same time. Well, he makes this post on Reddit, where he makes a whole bunch of pay-to-win promises to EOD owners that nobody ever asked for. This got 0 upvotes. Some of the comments were really funny to read, and real fast I do want to mention that BSG from 2017 to 2024 never added microtransactions to Tarkov. And I know the common response to that is that they had EOD, which cost $150, but developers can routinely make more than $150 on a customer. So it is just a little commendable that they went so long without adding microtransactions. I just gotta say, I don't hate BSG, I don't hate Nikita, and I don't hate Tarkov. I'm just making this video to document a silly time in their history. We also got a leaked interview with Nikita. In the first question, the interviewer suggested they admit it was a mistake, which Nikita says it was not a mistake. This is also where we get Nikita's True Believers quote, which Landmark summed up best.
It's time to understand who are the true believers. You mean the people who in 2017, it's 2024 now, dude. We're almost halfway through 2024. In 2017, they gave you $150 to develop this game. 7 years ago, they gave you $150.
And I just gave up on them. I was like, no. Rust has proven that it will always be superior in every single way. So I was just like, no, I'm just going to give up on this game. Why would I torture myself with another version of Rust that's not nearly as good? And the loading in sucked. The graphics were okay when it first launched. They blew my fucking mind, but they were only good for a year. They were like good for like a year, and then when you come back to the game, you're like, oh wow, yeah, this is like before Rust did its update. You know, they were competitive with Rust when they launched, but they weren't competitive like a year later.
$50 to make your game and fund your company and the development of this thing before it was really anything. And you're saying it's time to understand who are the true believers, not the people who supported you 7 fucking years ago?
Here's the full interview if you want to pause and read it. It could be really funny. On the 27th, Nikita went back to Reddit. He said PvE is not a DLC. EOD owners can have PvE later. You can upgrade half off from EOD. And then he basically describes PvE perfectly as a DLC, but says you still gotta pay. And then he promises a nerf for like the Unheard things. This got 0 upvotes. He comes back April 28th. He starts off with an "I'm sorry you feel that way" statement. Not "I'm sorry we did something wrong." More like "I'm sorry you perceive we did something wrong." He says EOD can just have PvE. He says they're gonna balance Unheard, which is like, yeah, maybe you should have done that to begin with. He says that they're gonna remove the pay-to-win promises that they made randomly for EOD. And he says the game is not shutting down. This also got 0 upvotes, and people were in the comments basically just begging to buy cosmetics at this point. On May 1st, he came back for more. He says everyone can have a quest to get the pockets. He says that there will be a unique clothing added for EOD, and as of February 16th, 2026, we do not have it. He says the Avengers Assemble device will be limited to PvE, and this is also kind of why I don't even know the name of this thing, because yeah, it doesn't have an impact in the game. And they gave Arena to the Unheard edition, because funny enough, if you spent the $250 on Unheard, you didn't get Arena. This also got 0 upvotes. So next we have Diablo Immortal. This game was revealed in 2018 and released in 2022. Took them a while. It's a mobile game and it's free to play. You add these two things together and you usually just get pay to win. Now a real problem with this game is that Diablo 2 to Diablo 3 was 12 years. You know I love talking about gaps between games. And Diablo 3 released in 2012. So in 2018, when they announced that the next game they were working on was a mobile game, this did not make people happy. But the real problem with Diablo Immortal is the disgusting monetization, because it's actually kind of a fun game. Now, before we talk about Diablo, we kind of have to understand the gameplay loop of Diablo. So in Diablo, you grind enemies and you get better gear, which lets you grind enemies better, and then you get better gear. And you can grind enemies better, and it gets you better gear,
it's a
which lets you grind enemies even better,
do well.
and you can get better gear from it, which in turn lets you grind enemies even better. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about this. This is exactly what Diablo fans want. And when you think about it, it's a pretty simple gameplay loop to build. I mean, you just gotta have
like
gear that keeps getting better. The problem is that in Diablo Immortal, if you're someone who is willing to spend, your path can look pretty crazy. You'll probably start off.
I forgot about Diablo Immortal, and I that's another reason why I dislike Blizz. I will enjoy my visit to Midnight, but I think this is the last time I'm going to play a WoW expansion. I thought that about Dragonflight, because Dragonflight made a positive impression on me, but the War Within didn't. Unfortunately, I did not feel compelled to play. Housing is good if it had building. It doesn't have building. It has new world housing, which is place items around rooms that you go out and get in the world. And yeah, that's a good addition to WoW, but it's not making WoW as fun as Rust. You know, it's not. And WoW used to be as fun as Rust. It definitely did. It was as fun as Rust, or way more. But now not so much. And now I'm like, man, I should not have bought Midnight. I've got terrible buyer's remorse. I should go. I want to dispute this transaction. They won't let me repute it. I want to charge back because like, you know, I've come to really morally dislike this company, and in a moment of weakness, I bought their addictive product, and I don't, you know, and the product hasn't even released yet. I want the charge back, and I don't care what Blizzard does about it. I want that $98 back. That's too much money to spend on World of Warcraft. I use the mounts. The trick is, if you use the mounts that they give you, you can't return the copy. And that's like some kind of legal loophole or something like that. Ew, you use the products, so we don't have to return it to you. Well, yeah, I use the products because you gave them to me. If you don't want me to not use the products, then don't give me the products until the goddamn expansion releases. But no, it's like predatory fucking, like, and on top of it, because I used I went back and they said because I used the mounts that they gave me in the expansion, that's not a good enough reason. If I want to return a product that hasn't even been released, because I believe that I've been, you know, hoodwinked into spending too much money, I should be able to get a charge back, and I feel that way. I think tomorrow I might tangle with my bank. I don't ask BOFA for a lot, you know. My bank is BOFA, which is Bank of America, and like I don't ask them for a lot, but I might ask them for this because it's like, yeah, this one bugs me. I kind of want to charge back. I don't really want to do Midnight. I know I'm not going to enjoy it. I think I'm kind of done with a lot of Blizzard products. It'll have to be fun like Overwatch, and Overwatch still gives me good heals on Lucio and Moira and Mercy and Brig. So I'll still play the game, but I don't play tank anymore. I don't play DPS, and there's like 4 healers that I can stand to play. And they're not evolving their gameplay for me. And I would have liked Overwatch PvE if it was like good enough. Like honestly, they could set you up outside a city in a dome where your house is, and just put mobs out there outside, and you can join like up to 5 other people and go kill mobs outside. It would be fine. Think Fortnite Save the World. They easily could have done. They easily could have done Overwatch PvE and to the standard of even a Fortnite Save the World, but they didn't. I've seen Save the World, so now I know how easy it is to do. And it's like not easy, but it's probably not easy, but it's a concept that's out there that you can do. Blizzard seems to act like they can't do it, but they choked on Overwatch PvE, and I'm a little bit pissed about that, because it's like at this point, Overwatch is the more fun, like the funnest game to play in their entire repertoire, which is fucking sad. Hearthstone just got boring after you do it enough. Like, I don't know. I don't like any of their other games like StarCraft 2, unlike some of my other compatriots, like my friend John and Begon. They like StarCraft 2. I don't. I like Midnight, but the reason I got back to Midnight was I was like, oh, if they'll let me fist weave, I will love it, right? But now I'm understanding what I'm saying is I'll run like 30 dungeons and then quit. I don't think I'm even going to do the MSQ this time because I was playing like they might make the game good, but they've taken too long to do that. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to make that game good anymore. So even with the Dragonflight changes, which were good, they were good, it's still not, it doesn't have that Rust feeling of making your way in the world on the come up. It doesn't have that RPG Grow feeling anymore, World of Warcraft. It just feels like you're going through the motions of like gathering loot after you kill packs. It's kind of boring. And I dislike that I spent $98 of your guys' money. You know, well, I mean, you guys gave me, I think it was like that payment, that Twitch payment was like $75 or something like that. So it's like, no, it was a little bit more than that. I think it was like 83. But yeah, like you guys paid most of it. This guy's looking a little weird. What the fuck are you looking at? I don't know what I can do. I feel hoodwinked. I don't know, buying Midnight's not the worst thing in the world. One of the problems with skipping expansions is you have these giant holes in the content that you can't do. And it excludes dungeons that go out in later, like, you know, dungeon rolls and stuff. And no, I was going to buy Midnight no matter what. So honestly, I'm just going to shut the fuck up about it. I don't have to spend a lot of time playing it, and I don't think I'm even going to do the MSQ. I'm just going to reach cap on a fucking monk now, and I'm going to leave the rest of the game for kids, because it is like a kid's game to me now. After playing Rust and Eve and FFXI and Mortal, WoW is a fucking kids game to me. So is Fortnite, so is Overwatch. They're all kids, they're like kids games, and I won't play them anymore, I don't think. And like, yeah, fist weaving on Mistweaver is one of the most fun things I've ever done in a video game, I got to admit. But it still isn't fun enough to keep me there. It doesn't grip me with that fucking, oh my god, I gotta go play this. You know, I had that with Rust. I have that with Mortal. You've seen me try to quit Mortal, Eve, FFXI, and Rust all just in the last like 4 months. I can't, because they're in my bloodstreams and I can't stop. They're in my bloodstream and I can't stop playing them. And I know that I like those games. I just don't have that relationship with World of Warcraft anymore. I don't know why I bother with Midnight. And now I think the $98 might be spent on, I don't know, Mortal subs, Eve Online subs. I could pay for an FFXI retail with that $98 back. I could pay for FFXI retail and get off of Horizon, because I like Horizon, but it cuts you out, just like skipping expansions. And WoW, if you play on a private server, it cuts you out of a ton of the goddamn content. It actually does. Like, there's so much content I can't actually do. But the problem is I can still get like I had so much fun doing that White Mage cure burn party, and then I caught like a BST burn, and that was really fun. I don't mind. I love playing White Mage. I have no issue with White Mage. You know, I have other keyboards in my room. I think I should maybe go look at other keyboards that I've got. I had a nice white keyboard that actually favored. That was a good analog for cheap, but but it just didn't type that well. I don't like analog keyboards. They don't type that well. Like, I'm used to being able to fly over. Like, I type fast, motherfucker, but with analog keyboards, I go tap, 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 because I need the key to register that I'm pressing it. It's so sensitive that if you go like flying all over the keyboard and stuff, you don't oops, gotta turn off criminal. If your hands go fucking flying over these keys and stuff, it only registers like 4/5 of the goddamn key presses. I can't stand analog keyboards anymore. I've got to get a new one, and that's not good. That's not good. God damn it, I don't want to buy another keyboard. I need to buy like an Amazon Basics fucking keyboard. Because honestly, that's what I'm used to, and then popping the caps lock off, and then just getting a new one for $30 in a couple like a couple of years or whatever. That's what I should do, because that's what I thought I was going to do with the Royal Clutch. But then they forced me to memorize the code of a fucking terribly complicated hardware for the fucking keyboard, and now I know that you have to press Control Enter to change the functions on the arrow keys because they tried to make the keyboard smaller. And honestly, I need a numpad. As an MMO gamer, I need a numpad. I need to be able to bind those fucking keys. I don't know why I tried to get away from it. I shouldn't have. I need a keyboard with a fucking numpad on it. I use the numpad quite a lot. I use it to put signs on mobs in games and stuff like that. I use it for keybinds, like skipping around on videos and shit like that. I use the enter. Okay, the main thing I use it for is it's actually super good for dialing in numbers on FFXI. You know, dialing in numbers as you type. Like, I'm good at that. And I'm sorry, as you type in the prices of objects and stuff on the keyboard, because they won't let you use the mouse. Like it like, I don't know. I need a numpad, and this Royal Clutch just doesn't have it. I thought I could just switch to Royal Clutch for the rest of my life. I was like, well, the keyboard isn't gonna break, but it does. It breaks all the fucking time. It constantly causes me problems. I'm not used to keyboards causing me problems. Maybe other people are, but once I fucking buy a keyboard, I don't want to think about that keyboard again until it breaks. You know what I'm saying? Not once. I don't want to think about it once. This keyboard constantly makes me think about it all goddamn damn. Like, this was the worst keyboard I've ever bought. It is not a bad keyboard. Like, for instance, for traveling and stuff, the keyboard's not that bad. And it's in good shape right now, so I should just retire it to my closet and use it when I travel out of town and shit like that, because that's the only real good usage of this stupid keyboard. It is a really good, solid Bluetooth keyboard that will connect to any device, and it just lets you use it. It's meant to be almost a cell phone keyboard. It's not a bad keyboard. But it is because as I use it, it's so dumb. All of these keys around the function key, if you press any of these arrow keys or the enter key or the shift key or the shift or the function Q key, or if you are thinking that you're like moving around or you're trying to press the numbers on the arrow keys at the same time, the function key has all of these different macros connected to all of these 16 keys around it. So if you accidentally brush any of these keys, or if you press Q and function at the same time by mistake, it completely locks the keyboard. And it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough where you're just like, no, this will cause me a Fortnite win. This will cause me a competitive win. I can't have this keyboard. Some games it doesn't fuck up at all. But on FFXI, it fucks up really bad. It fucks up. Like, I can barely play FFXI on this keyboard. Yep, there, did it again. I can't stand this keyboard. It's something about it. It drives me fucking crazy. I'm gonna get off it. I think it's good for travel, because it's really small. It's like, I mean, it's small, but it's got a full function. And I think it's actually like the best travel keyboard I've ever had, but I don't think it's good for daily use. I have another keyboard sitting in my bedroom, but its control key is fucking fucked up. Maybe I would rather deal with that than this thing kicking out on me all the time. No, that was a worse problem. That drove me way crazier. The control key getting stuck down on that fucking Logitech keyboard. And I don't even use that keyboard, so it should have fixed by now. It was sticking, but now I don't know. But it sticks in the other room when I'm not even using it, and then I have to go shut it off and stuff. That keyboard's got a problem. I can't use that keyboard either, or it'll affect my sanity. But maybe less than this. This keyboard's fucking locking out so much. Maybe probably less than this. I'm gonna retire this keyboard, and maybe I'll bring it back if I can't stand the other one. But I am like fucking done with this keyboard. Another crazy thing, okay? I swear to God, I just turned the keyboard off. It's off. The keyboard is fucking off. It's off right now. But I can move around. See me? I can move around. The keyboard is off right now. Maybe it's because it's plugged in. Oh, it is because it's plugged in. It just doesn't use its battery, I guess. Yeah, it is a good keyboard. You know, it's got a lot of good higher function, but it also is like for people that don't do like really competitive gaming, which means that you're moving so fast that you mispress sometimes. If you mispress, you like the keyboard locks up pretty much, and it changes modes, and I can't handle it. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna use my other busted keyboard. The other busted keyboard. I think it has a back cord input. That keyboard's been locking up way too much. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my old Logitech. I'm gonna pray that the control key doesn't drive me fucking crazy, because it does. It drives me just as crazy as the other keyboard. This keyboard doesn't have a numpad either, which is like, I'm done with these crappy analog keyboards that don't have numpads. I'm fucking done with them. They're not as good. Like, they're good. They're good for, like, jumping around on parapets, because you have this like finer control of like tap 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 tap, and that's all you get is the tap, so you don't fly off the fucking edge. But honestly, I think the other keyboards are actually more fun to use. I think they're like less like impact. It's kind of annoying. I hate having to press down these analog keys all the time. I feel like I have to press them so hard. I don't like the analog keyboards. I never did. I was like, it's something that I do. Yeah, it's something that I do. Why won't you leave? I'm hitting the escape key right now because, yeah, I don't know. Why aren't we... Yeah, there we go. Leave. Wait, I took it out of the slot? Why? Another thing about this keyboard is it's not turning its light on. What's that about? Like, this keyboard had backlighting, but it's not turning on. There, the function light key, function F8 or whatever. There it is. I was like, why can't I see? There, okay. There we go. Now I have a backlight, but I don't like the backlight. Can I just get it solid? go to like, yeah, maybe this is a better keyboard for what I'm doing right now. This was an expensive keyboard that like my mother somehow finagled this keyboard out of Amazon. She just like is such a loyal customer and stuff. She just like was like got some return on it or something like that. It is a nice keyboard, but the control key stopped working. It works, but it's touchy. There now, if I press Alt, it just opens. Because yeah, or no, I guess it was just like input lag. Yeah. So I took the re-raise scroll out, which I really didn't want to do. I don't need this white mage testimony. Where's the re-raise scroll? Did I actually take it? I don't think I did. I don't see it. No, I think it's in the fucking thing. I'm not seeing. And another thing about that other keyboard, it didn't have an escape key. It used the tilde key as an escape key, and I really don't like that either. Now I've got to readjust to having like a tilde and an escape key again. And it's like, that was a bad thing. Scroll of re-raise 3. You said I took the scroll of re-raise out of delivery slot 4, but I didn't. So... okay, we're going back out. I am where I wanted to be, but I'm just sitting here. I'm going to go out to this white glaze belt.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Put on my heated throw here. Nice and warm. Okay.
Battle pass for 20 bucks. You might get a starter bundle for 15. You'll probably get some crests, and you know, it might be different for everyone, but let's say you spend 50 bucks. By this point, you might have to get another battle pass because they're every month. Ugh. You'll probably end up getting some limited time value bundles.
Kitty.
They can be $10 to $50 or even more. You'll keep buying those crests. Bundles in general can just get pretty expensive, but the real thing Diablo gets you on is the legendary crest. People spend thousands. Now, I spent days trying to research this, so if I get something wrong here, I am sorry. But I'm pretty sure this information is at least pretty accurate. So in order to awaken a gem in Diablo, it used to be only purchasable, but then they added a way for you to get it free to play. But it's very grindy, of course. I think it works out to about $30 per item you use to awaken. And there's 8 slots, so it's about $240 for a full set. The kicker is that you have a 0.045% chance of getting a 5 out of 5 gem. And we have to explain a 5 out of 5 gem for a second. There are 1-star gems, 2-star gems, and X out of 5 gems. 1-star gem and 2-star gem are useless. You basically grind those up into fuel. An X out of 5 gem can be a 2 out of 5 to a 5 out of 5. So 2, 3, 4, and 5. When we're talking about min-maxing, you're really only looking for a 5 out of 5. I'm pretty sure there is no way to upgrade a 4 out of 5 to a 5 out of 5. And the way you get these gems is you go through rifts. And this is where the legendary crests come in. You can spend up to 10 legendary crests on a rift at a time. Obviously, the more you spend, the more chances you get at getting a gem, which means the more chances you have at getting a 5 out of 5 gem. But there is no guarantee that you will ever get this 5 out of 5 gem. So no matter how many crests you buy, it is always just a gamble. You can easily spend over $5,000 for one 5 out of 5 gem. This isn't even crazy to say. My friend sent me this Reddit thread because he knew I was trying to learn about this. And this guy just says that he found a 5 out of 5 gem and he's only been playing for 2 months. This first guy says that he's played for 2 years and the best he saw was a 3 out of 5. Another guy says that he's a launch day player. He spent over 2K and he's never seen one. This third guy says he spent around 10K and hasn't seen one yet. And even the person that made the post admits that they spent $1,000 in the 2 months that they played the game. And just another example, Quinn spent $15,000 before he got his first 5 out of 5 gem. He then deleted the gem and deleted his account. Now with all of that said, since there's 8 slots, it can cost you, kind of on the low end, $40,000 to get all 8 gems 5 out of 5. And even if you luck out at $40,000, you're still not even close to being done. So now you have these 8 5 out of 5 gems. Each gem holds 5 more gems. And each gem goes from rank 1 to 10. So you have 48 gems, and to upgrade these gems, you need to destroy thousands of other gems. You also need to find about 80 exact copies of that gem. It's crazy, and believe me, I tried to double check this as many times as possible, and everyone said the same thing. In order to rank up just one gem out of the 48 to 10, it could cost you tens of thousands of more dollars. That's crazy to me. This is truly something they have here. Like, I knew it was bad before, but it's really crazy to me. It could cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars to rank 10 all of them. And people have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. And from what I heard, they got too strong and they couldn't matchmake in the PvP mode anymore. Also, it's worth mentioning that this is her character. Nothing transfers to other characters. So if you have a barbarian and you want to make a druid, you gotta do this all over again. Not even the cosmetic skins transfer. Another skin I might want to point out that they do. When you're early in the game and you complete like a dungeon or whatever, you'll get a pop-up to spend about $1. This is them trying to eliminate friction for the next purchase. Because once you buy something in-app, it makes it a lot easier to buy the next thing. Like, there's less confirmation you have to do because now the phone trusts the app. So they make this one a 99-cent purchase, nice and low friction, so that the next one can be $10, you know, 20 bucks, whatever. You know, or 70, whatever. Another one I gotta talk about is Star Citizen. Look at some numbers real fast. They have raised $942 million. Isn't that a lot? Last Wednesday they raised $1 million. How do they do it? Apparently it's with these ships. They cost $40 to about $800 to start. Now, I don't own Star Citizen, so I can't see, like, I've never spent money on the game. And Star Citizen works on a spend more, get you the ability to spend more model. So if I spent like $1,000 or $2,500 or whatever, I would get, you know, upgraded into different tiers and be allowed to buy other things. I know they had a pretty big controversy with the flight blades that they added. I guess these were things to like tune your ships, make them faster, more maneuverable. They initially sold them for about $10 to $40, but there was no free way to get them. They are now also available in game though. And another one is FOMO. I guess they like do a lot of limited time things, but it's hard to talk about Star Citizen without talking about Squadron 42. This is their single player game they've been making. So in 2015, they sold a ton of copies of this game with the promise that it was releasing in 2016. In 2016, they silently changed the date to 2017 on the website. And then in 2017, they removed the date entirely. They sold it for $45 on their website for almost a decade, until in 2023 when they removed the option to buy it, with the theory being that when it finally does release, they're going to sell it for a AAA price, so they want to kind of turn that faucet off to like make the fire hose bigger later. And they claim a 2026 release now, but we don't have much reason to believe them. And an honorable mention I want to have is Rocket League. In September 2016, they added trading. In May 2019, Epic Games bought Rocket League. Well, they bought Psionic, so, you know, they got Rocket League. In December 2019, Blueprints replaced the crates and keys system. This didn't really matter, though, because Blueprints are still expensive and trading is cheap. So in December 2023, they removed trading. They claim it was to align it with Fortnite, but everyone knows the reason is that Blueprints are expensive and trading is cheap. With no trading, you just have blueprints. And you know, this reminds me of a tweet from Tim Sweeney. He said, I think platform companies should state their principles up front and stick to them. The problem is in acquiring a large user base, then transitioning them from generous principles that users assumed were permanent to greedy new principles. It's ultimately a bait and switch. I couldn't say it better myself, Tim. Thanks, buddy. And thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed. If you want to support the channel, you can buy a mug. I don't take sponsors, so I just sell this mug. Thank you to all the doodles on the board that have signed up. And yeah, this took longer. I don't plan on it taking so long for me to upload, of course. I mean, a week is fine, but I really took a long time figuring out that Diablo Immortal stuff. But yeah, anyway, I have a Twitter if you want to follow that. It's just @DrawnOutYT. And yeah, if you're still here, I mean, I sure hope you're going to hit like on the video. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Thanks.
God, I'm good at petting my cat. It's like a hobby now. She has like a love attack and she's like, God, you're good at petting me. And I'm like, yep. I just keep petting. I'm just like, oh, I love you, stroke, 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 stroke. Calm down, kitty. You can just sit there. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Can you play this? You can't. Oh my god.
You may have heard some of the stuff in this video, but you probably haven't heard everything in this video. But we have to start at the beginning. So the countdown. This started on May 30th, 2018. Initially, the expectations were for a New Vegas style spin-off, and by the end of it there was a trailer that didn't explain anything. But it did subtly hint that this was different. Todd got up on stage and told us 76 was online only, there was no human NPCs, PvP would be optional, it was a creation engine tweaked for multiplayer, and yeah, you know the rest. The reaction to E3 was a healthy amount of skepticism, because a lot of people were thinking Fallout 4 already wasn't great. There was a lot of anger that it wasn't the New Vegas-like spin-off that we were expecting, and there was a lot of anger about the online-only NPC situation. Also, real quick, if you want to buy a mug, they're 20% off until February 4th with the code 50K. So then we got the beta. They were actually pretty clever with the name on this. They called it the Break It Early Testing Application. Very Vault-Tec coded, and the beta showed a lot of problems. There was server crashes, your quest progress would just wipe, your quest also just wouldn't progress, enemies wouldn't spawn, they'd be invincible, and there was thousands of other bugs. These were notably not fixed for release. So then came the launch. Turns out PvP wasn't optional if you knew what you were doing. It being a Bethesda game and all, people just figured out how to get around all of that. Your camp would constantly reset itself every time you got online or even just switch servers. Like I said, thousands of other bugs. I'm not here to talk about bugs. You guys have heard about the bugs a million times. There was absolutely no endgame content. So players made their own, and more on that in a bit. The design fail of 76. The survival mechanics were nothing to speak of. Like if you run out of water and food, it didn't do anything. You got a little bit of a debuff. And losing all the junk on your character when you die is not that much of a penalty. It's not that big of a deal. The camp building was bare bone and broken. This would quickly become the primary source of monetization. More on that later. The story of the game was just a holotape scavenger hunt. And funny enough, the no NPCs ended up being one of the only things Todd said that wasn't a lie. Real quick, we'll just touch on the reviews. On Metacritic, it got a 52 out of 100 critic score and a 2.8 out of 10 user score. Real fast, why do they do this? And the game went on sale pretty much instantly from $60 down to $10 pretty quickly over the span of a couple weeks. They were even bundling it for free with things like controllers. The Canvas Bag. This came with the $200 Power Armor edition of the game, which is the collector's edition. Well, it was promised to be a canvas bag, but they actually shipped was a nylon bag. They offered 500 atoms in return as a sorry, which is $5. They got sued, and they eventually sent out all of the canvas bags. Well, that was if you requested it in time. There was a lot of account security issues. People would log in and just be on a completely different character. Some devious
that happened to me one
discovered
time.
how to steal other people's inventories. They could even take your Pip-Boy, because the Pip-Boy is actually an item in your inventory. It's just invisible in the Pip-Boy menu. But yeah, they could take that, and it would result in your character being bricked because you couldn't open your Pip-Boy. Bethesda eventually fixed it and made it so every time your character logged onto a server, it would check to see if you had a Pip-Boy and give you one if you didn't. Many accounts were hacked because I guess the VoIP was peer-to-peer. I'm not exactly sure how any of that works, but that's just something that I've been told. And of course, Bethesda themselves exposed the personal information of a lot of people who bought. Now, of course, that was on accident, but they still did it. So the Atom Shop. This was, of course, preached to be cosmetic only. Main use of the Atom Shop is to resell camp items and clothing from Fallout 4. Of course they make new assets, of course new stuff comes out, but they have sold so much shit from Fallout 4. But in addition to the Atom Shop, there is some shady monetization. A lot of the features they add, it's with the primary goal of being able to sell you more of that thing. So some examples of this are pets, player and camp titles, fishing, XP boost with lunchboxes, scrap repair kits and perk packs, camp items, clothing, allies, weather machines, shelters, and emotes. And this is just some example. There's more shit. There are even weapons on the season boards, and if you miss it, they will sell you it in the Atom Shop. Real fast, gotta talk about Fallout first. It's $100 a year or $13 a month. It gives you private servers that sometimes just aren't private. They've pretty much fixed it now, but you used to be able to find other people in your private worlds. And you still can get a reused world that had someone clearly in it before you loaded it up.
I wondered about
It gives you
that.
unlimited junk storage, which is a huge deal in the game. You get exclusive items from the Atom Shop, and sometimes you actually get the privilege to buy something. Like, you get the privilege to give them more money. And they give you like 1,400 atoms monthly or something like that. Wastelanders is the big update that a lot of people point to as the point that Fallout 76 got fixed. It was the NPC update. It added dialogue from 3 in New Vegas. I wonder why they didn't add the dialogue from 4. It added the 2 main factions in the game, which are the Settlers and the Raiders. They are incredibly low impact. It didn't fix bugs. The performance after Wastelanders got way worse somehow. I say somehow, but it's probably because of all of the new NPCs. But this update did not fix 76. Then there was Limbo. From about Wastelanders to the show, which is from 2020 to 2024, the biggest updates we got were Expeditions, which were short, lame, and shit. Daily Ops, which are somehow worse. Balance updates did not happen, unless it was to nerf something that somehow slipped through and ended up being fun. Because at this point, 76 was being run off of a small team paid with lint and paper clips. But it is hard to blame these people, as there was just no budget for the game. The intended endgame was to assemble armor and do events. And what I mean by that is, in the game, in order to like get the perfect set of armor or the perfect weapon, they wanted you to sit there and play a slot machine. Rolling random stars on items was how you were supposed to get everything. But the players saw it different. You see, because Fallout has always had this element of, oh, what's that? I want that. And in a multiplayer game, you can't have those kinds of items. Because, you know, in Fallout 4, if you saw something and you wanted it, but it wasn't available to you, you could just spawn it in, like you could just have it. But in a multiplayer game, you're obviously based on servers and everything, so you just can't do that kind of stuff. Or can you? The endgame became obtaining the items that you aren't supposed to have. This includes quest items, so a lot of the quest items in the game would have a really nice design. Like David's trophy, for example. That's a nice item. And 76 has the ability to display items. So the idea was you would steal these items from quests, and then you could display it and show what you've done. Another avenue for this is cut content. Now I know what you're thinking, that sounds ridiculous. How would you possibly have cut content? Because even if you were to obtain cut content, surely the developers would just
I came here, right? I don't remember now. I forget what I was like. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky, Lazy Money.
What is the fastest way to make money in No Man's Sky? I recently discovered that if you are in the space anomaly for long enough, people will just give you stuff. So I decided to abuse this to the absolute max by going AFK, and after 20 hours I had a grand total of 1,264,928 units. However, this feels a bit like stealing, so I'll stick to mineral farming. What is the fastest way to make money in No Man's Sky? I recently discovered that if you are in the space anomaly for long enough, people will just give you stuff. So I decided to abuse this to the absolute max by going... What is the fastest way to make money in...
Oh, kitty. Sorry, kitty.
So, you're broke in No Man's Sky. You're drooling over ships, multi-tools and freighters you can't afford. Well, don't worry. In this video, I'm turning you from Space Hobo to Space Andrew Tate, faster than you can say. And yes, I've even got a cheeky little exploit that'll make sure you're never poor again. Ready to become a billionaire in No Man's Sky? Let's get into it. First of all, before even thinking about money, you should get to the point where you've unlocked the terrain manipulator and the anomaly. These two things open up the floodgates to becoming a millionaire, trust me. For this first method, you'll need some navigational data. You can get these from trade terminals, save and chart points, and even these little cubes lying around everywhere. Once you have some, head to the cartographer in the space station. Trade in your nav data for the emergency planetary charts. These will give you 3 different possible outcomes. One of them is a crashed freighter. I just ignore this one unless you're really interested in what it has to offer. The second is an abandoned building. This one was good until a bug happened with the new update. Normally you'd fly to the building and surrounding it would be these eggs. You can destroy the egg sacs and collect the eggs from inside them. But unfortunately, the bug has stopped you from being able to interact with them. They could sell for big money or could even be refined into a steady flow of nanites. Try it if you get this signal and see if the bug is being fixed. The third scenario is the best. This one will be a crashed ship. Sometimes it will be with a pilot still alive, which will require you to help them get their ship up and running for a decent reward. But the other version will be of an abandoned ship. This is where the money comes. You can fix this ship just enough to get it off the ground and into the sky. Fly it to the nearest space station and scrap that bad boy. The materials you'll gain from scrapping it can be worth 100 times the amount you spent to fix it. Sometimes you can even get Starship AI valves worth a hell of a lot. Okay, fine, you're not a scrappy kind of guy. Well, what about crashing the stock market? For this method, we're going to need a whole lot of cobalt. Get your first stack from a cave on any planet. Mine these and you'll get cobalt. Now we need oxygen. You can either set up an oxygen farm, which is a long process, or we can find a planet with an ocean. Scan everything inside the water and check if it produces oxygen when destroyed. If you found a planet that fits the bill, you're in a good spot. Set up a base computer and a couple of medium refiners. Convert all of your cobalt into ionized cobalt like this. Now use your ship to go out and mine a whole lot of oxygen. Or use your mining laser if it has a good harvest amount. Take it all back to the refiner and put it in with your ionized cobalt. This will make even more ionized cobalt. Then convert the ionized cobalt back into regular cobalt. You're basically doubling the amount of cobalt you have. Keep doing this until you have at least 8 full stacks of cobalt. Now take it all to a trade outpost and sell it at the terminal. When you do this, the demand will go down for cobalt, so we can just buy it all back at 80% less cost. And you want to know the best bit? Trade outposts and space stations have different economies. So you can fly to the space station and do the exact same thing there. Literally millions of units with a bit of upfront work. Don't see yourself as the Wolf of Wall Street? Fine, what about a bit of scavenging? Look on your galaxy map for a system with dissonant as its description. Warp to that galaxy, then look around for the planet that has dissonant description. Head down to the planet and look around for these dissonant resonators. These can drop 2 things that we need. One is an inverted mirror. We'll actually need a few of these, so collect them up. And the other is an echolocator. We only need 1 of this item. We also need these radiant shards. I'd say get the same amount of these as you have inverted mirrors. Once you got a bunch of mirrors, shards, and 1 echolocator, we're good to go. Activate the echolocator inside your inventory. This will give us a location for a harmonic camp. When you get there, interact with the terminal. Make sure you also put down a base computer so you can find this place later on. It will give you 3 math problems you need to solve. They're pretty easy, so if you fail them, well, you're more of an idiot than I gave you credit for. Enter the answers into the terminal and then lift the lockdown. Now interact with it again and locate a dissonant spike. Head to the location and you'll find a crashed Sentinel ship. The ship you find will be worth a lot of money, and we're talking like millions. Fix it by taking the brain out of it and activating it in your inventory. This will give you a location for an alien monolith. Head there and insert the brain. It will give you a harmonic brain back. Now take it back to the crashed ship and fix it using the brain, inverted mirrors, and radiant shards. Now you can just head to the space station and scrap it. You can repeat this infinitely by using the terminal at the harmonic camp. Listen, if you don't have time to do any of these methods, don't worry, I've got you. For this next method, you just need 1 thing that's mega valuable to sell. For me, I used AI valves. These are worth 12 million for 1. What you want to do is craft as many portable refiners as possible. Once you have a bunch, place one down. Put your valuable item inside the refiner. Now place down another refiner on top of this one. Make sure there's as little gap between them as possible. Once you got the perfect spot, keep spamming all your other refiners right on top of it, without moving your camera or your character. Now pick up all of the refiners. This should duplicate the valuable inside the refiner by the same amount of refiners you placed on top of it.
I do not approve of duping. Fucking idiot.
What do you have, ladies and gentlemen? In this video I'm going to be showing you my favorite methods of making units and nanites in No Man's Sky. You can do this very early on in your playthrough, and in the process I'm going to be showing you how to get some really great ships and some of the best upgrades in the game. If you're really early in your playthrough, then there's a couple of things you're going to need. One is an advanced mining laser, and you're also going to need some sort of multi-tool weapon. So the first step in our process is going to be to find a dissonant system. Once we get there, we're going to need to find the planet that says dissonance detected. And these are planets where you're going to find corrupted sentinels. You can do this really early in your playthrough. This is a brand new playthrough that I've started for my 2026 guides. And I've only played a little over an hour on this save. So once we get down to the planet, I'm going to be flying around looking for these kinds of sentinels here. They're pretty easy to find as you're flying around. You're going to see lots of these guys all over the place. Then I'm going to land and destroy this sentinel. We're going to need 2 items that these guys drop. Most of the time you're going to get this item, the mirror, and the other item that we're going to be looking for is the echolocator. Now when you attack these guys, you are going to aggro the sentinels. There's actually a very easy fix to this. As soon as you get the guy destroyed, you can use your terrain manipulator, dig a little cave, and then just after a few seconds in that cave, you'll lose aggro and be able to jump back into your ship. I wouldn't fight the sentinels, especially if you're early on in your playthrough, because that's going to make this process a lot harder and a lot longer. As a bit of a side note, I was actually partly lucky, partly unlucky with this planet. The unlucky part is that this is an extreme storm planet, so it's going to be much more dangerous when you're out running around. But one good thing about these planets is that when there's a big storm going on, you can actually get these storm crystals, and they also sell for a lot of units. So if you find one of these planets, farming up storm crystals is another really good way to get millions and millions of units. But now that we have the echolocator, we're going to activate it, and then that's going to direct us to a camp like this one. What we need to do is first we need to go over to this terminal here, and the first thing we need to do is scan memory registers. Then you'll notice that it gives you a list of numbers. So it's as simple as doing the easy math that there is here. Then we're going to go to input override glyphs and then input those numbers here. And the first time you do this, you're actually going to unlock a really cool jetpack for your character customization. What it's like. Just need to use that in your inventory, and that's going to lead you to the place where you can get the brain that you put back into the Sentinel ship. Now one thing to keep in mind is that you will need to have the mirror and the 3 radiant shards in order to activate the brain. But once you get the brain that you need, it's as simple as going back to the ship and then you repair it with all of these items. Something that I actually forgot while I was filming this video is that you need to place down a base computer at the camp so that you can then go back to that camp and search for another dissonant spike. By placing down the base computer, you'll be able to see an icon and easily find your way back here. I also like to put down a teleporter here as well. That way I can teleport away from this location. So now we can head back to the camp, search for another ship, and then repair that ship as well. Now we can keep doing this over and over again. Eventually this planet will run out of ships for us to find, and then we will have to move on to another dissonant system in order to keep doing it. But let's head to a space station and I'll show you how much you can get just for scrapping 2 Sentinel ships.
I wish this game was better. This goblin has a terrible respawn. That goblin I don't think drops anything good. The BST goblin can link. Guess I'll rebuild my BST macros. I need my flea macro to work. And steel. I'm gonna write a bunch of stupid BST macros because I'm farming on BST. This game got its claws in my soul again, which is so annoying. And I really like it, the experience on retro a lot more. Or sorry, classic a lot more. Not BST, what am I trying to do? It's flea. Oops, no, that was steel, so let's copy and paste so I can save some time. Ah, very good. Pull this. Oh, it's a heron. Why is there a heron on top of me? Chungle down Bim. Now there's...
Warp drive active.
Okay, so then we have steel. I'll tell him to sit. Steel. Flee. Oops. Flee. want to try and write rage me.
Docking request accepted.
What was that? Rage me wait 3. Lamb chop me, I think. And then oops. No, I need another macro, which was call beast. Call beast. And an even better macro would be copy line, paste, item. Well, no, I guess not. That's kind of like I have to do that myself, but that's alright. Maybe I can have maybe I can get the AI to tell me. Ooh, I have 83.4 million right here. Nice. Call beast. Call and stay. Stay and heals gives me steel. Stay, heal, and heal. This goblin didn't respawn, which is fucking annoying. Let's see if this macro works. I think that did work. It did work. There's rage. There's lamb chop, but it was too early, I guess. Okay, well, that's okay. A little too early. That's good. We're gonna move it down. And we're gonna say wait 5, and then I'm gonna say attack T. Oops, T. Gonna go steal something out of my white mage macro. Oh, that was it. That was good. Okay, good.
Docking request accepted.
I think I like Mortal with 120 FOV more. I'm learning that low FOV was like a fad for me, because you really can't see that well. I like it more. It makes things look bigger, and it's easier to shoot. For mage, it's better. For archer, maybe lower FOV. Okay, did my goblin pop? No. Go kill that goblin. Or I don't know. Maybe there's something better. Yeah, like kill the velociraptor, I guess. Ew. Ugh. I think 7's too long, but it's a good macro. I love the macros in FFXI. My control key is not seasoned as much as it used to. Well, at least he suicided. He doesn't drop. Oh, they drop money, I guess. But the XP isn't bad either because I can get a merit point. Yeah, what I'm at. Oh no, I'm far down. I'll have to grind my way back up. Yeah, but I mean, and I'm sure I'll die, like, you know, haphazardly. We'll see. It would be Utsusemi me, but I mean, I don't have that class. Alright. Doing good on all the games. We're going to drop these things. Let's reprocess these things. And just take the minerals. Triton pyrite. Hey, whatever. It's all love. I like these 3 games. Maybe I'll just stay on these, I guess. I keep looking for something else to play, but it's hard to take your attention to a 4th game, I've noticed. I can do it. Like, Once Human might be a good option, although it does lag out other clients. These clients don't lag. Like, yeah, like, Mortal does not lag Eve, and that's, like, kind of cool. I had the shadow quality turned off, but maybe I want to go to ray trace since the DLSS is on. Maybe even the depth of field. Let's see. I could also turn off the DLSS. It doesn't have the best frame rate, but it feels good. The latency feels pretty good. That dropped the frame rate to 40. If I disable it, it puts it to 40, 44. I mean, yeah, it's about the same, really, so I don't think that matters. I think it's the shader. The shader could be lower. And everything still remain high. And no, that did not improve FPS. Maybe it's because of the DLSS. I don't know. Let's put it all in optimize for quality. Yeah, and ray trace seems a little extreme. This is now higher for some reason. Oh, maybe it's caching, yeah. Mortal I play in the background a lot. So the graphics don't need to be amazing. I'm noticing that it doesn't really matter, though. I don't think turning down anything saves on frames. So I'm just gonna, like, yeah, I'm just gonna bump it, because I don't think turning it down really does help. It's crazy. It's like, yeah. It has a bit of a latency slower, and it's slower. It is slower, but it's got DLSS frame generation. Maybe I should not be competing for DLSS with it, and I'll move Eve to Zess. See how that runs? Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Now, yeah, now that the DLSS Immortal isn't competing, I got killed here yesterday. Even right on top of the guard, it was so annoying. I don't know. I don't think there's much difference in how it looks, but the frames are lower. But I don't play this game. I think it affects Mortal. Maybe we should try, like, well, no. I don't know. What else? Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything. I think it's probably fine. Oh, I should check my sales and see if I have like 1,000 gold. Oh, please tell me I sold. I did sell the Greywood. Yeah, I did. Oh, look, it's a lot of money. 750 gold. I'm putting it away. 750 gold. Bitch. Yeah, small rough amber worth 32 gold. Nice. I have 1,000 gold. Look, I have 1,000 gold. The chopping trees is really good. I could like gamble and buy stuff. That's cool. I mean, hell yeah. Let's break the economy of Mortal. Right on. Oh man, I love looting 750G. That's fucking awesome. Buy my other wood too. Oops. $750 gold. I can just buy whatever books off the fucking market now if they're for sale. Oh, I was supposed to check for fucking Cure 5 and I didn't. Oh well. The goblin will drop it sooner or later and then I can go back to what I was doing. Goblin doesn't always spawn though. I should find a spawn of Goblin Alchemist that's like a different goblin. Goblin Alchemist. Oh, there is one Dewey. So let's go to that spawn. Because he probably pops over and over again. If not, the other one probably does. So I need you to heal. Need you to flee. Need to write other macros, but I don't know. It's fine. He's a merc. We're trying to get to my track. He's a shepherd. There's my track. Alchemist. Good, good. So, yeah, we aggroed. Bandit and mercenary. I need to get away from this fight. And I got another one too. Maybe I should just zone. I just fleed. Well, maybe I can get away. I think I died. I don't know. Maybe they'll let me zone. I don't know. I don't know. Is there more on me now? Yeah, there is. I don't know if I'm going to be able to zone. But we'll try. We'll try. Nope. I suddenly got 5 fucking mobs for no reason. And it's really weird because they weren't near each other. But they suddenly were there. It's like, God damn it, man. I should check for Cure 5 and just see if there's one for sale now. Fucking annoying.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Stupid gatherer. I would prefer to go back to my... mobile tractor unit, which is now 18 km away. I want to scoot to cargo hold. Alright, can I get Cure 5? Yeah, there is one Cure 5 for sale. Maybe I don't have to grind. Yay, I don't have to grind specific mobs anymore. But I was having fun on BST, so I'm gonna go back out there. But I mean, you know, I'm gonna try and get like a few thousand XP. But now that I don't have to focus on targets, I can just pull at will, which is good. It doesn't matter what I kill. That's a lot easier. I don't have to go out where I get aggro. There's my Cure 5 scroll. I have all these cool scrolls that I needed. Oh, I'm going to have to mail it to myself, though. It's probably too late to get a party. I don't know. I have 4 hours. I could look for a party on White Mage. I have all the things I need now. Cure 5 and Banish 3. Is there another one? I can't remember. But yeah, I could switch, I suppose. And try to catch a party on White Mage. That would be fun. $25,000 trit. Oh, trit. Okay, 25,000 trit is 250 M3. Nice. How much was the trit worth? About 100,000. That's not that much, but it is free materials, which is cool. So now we're gonna go back out towards. I don't know. I'll just target those and drop these. We'll drop this again. Launch for self. I'm gonna take them out of the box now, I guess, and carry them. Switch jobs. There was something that I wanted to do in my White Mage macros. Which was down here we have equip main light staff. I want to put that on all of my cure spells. So I don't know about that. I don't need STL and cure. I need T. T. Cure 3 could be T. And all of those macros, they could be yeah. All those macros could be serve as my I could just keep these T and I could make a separate set of cure macros down here. Yeah. Here. We want this to be STAL. Yeah, I don't think this macro needs that. In that way we can take this and just add numerals to them. Yep, cure 2. Oh, STA, oh, it was correct, oops, but cure 2. Cure 3. Cure 4. Cure 5. Probably regen 2. I'll go borrow. Oops. Or no, I think that's actually good. And in that way I can keep my main thing just T, so I can fire off immediately because it's more my style. Yep. And then cure 5, T. Cure 6. I don't think I get a cure 6, do I? I don't know. Do I get cure 6? I don't think I get cure 6. I think that's higher, actually. And we can move these down. Aga 1. Aga 2. Aga 3. Very good. And these should all have weights. Oops. Waypoint 5. Waypoint 5. Oops. Waypoint 5. And then we take the light staff, light staff, light staff. Now when I sit down, I should have and then also for my holy and banish 3. I will need that. I need goblin mush pots, but I can do that while my flag is up. And I will look for party at 11:20, see if I can catch something until 3 in the morning. Because you got to think about that stuff. Do you have the time to listen to me rhyme about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those no melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. And am I just paranoid? Or I'm just dumb? Okay, we're going to buy goblin mush pots today. I want to buy goblin mush pots. Yep, goblin mush pots. And then... Hey, we're looking good. So, I guess I'll burn some mithril while I sit here and lower and wait. Can buy like 15 stacks or something. Make some money back. Buying scrolls was expensive. I blew like 150k so quick, but I have income, which is good. I have a fortune egg. Yeah, fortune egg is good, huh? Yep. Okay, I am buying, let's go look at Beast Made Mithril Beast Coins. $7,000? Yeah, right. $76, $75, $76, $76, $77, $78, $79, That's probably enough for now. Oops. Oh, you know what spell I didn't do? Asper. Bind's good too, but... Yeah, Asper. Asper. Oop. In No Man's Sky, can you get ships to follow you? How many ships can you get to follow you, and what are they called so I can look them up? It's not good enough. Let's load Once Human instead of No Man's Sky. I don't think... I don't like Accursed Farms. Don't recommend the channel. It's more like I'm just not interested. Once Human will always be free, and it lets you do so much. I think it's actually a way better game than people let on. I don't know. It might be too much competing. Yeah, I don't know. This is a lot of games running on my hard drive. I realize this is probably too much. I would need to run it on GeForce Now. I could start Once Human GeForce Now character. I mean, I have one. I would have to take her to a endless realm. I could run X4 on GeForce Now. Oops. Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, I want to drop my settings, and immediately realized that the game that I'm going to play in the 4th slot, if I do, needs to run on GeForce Now. It needs to be really long. I've never started a GeForce Now X4 character. Maybe I should do that. It'll stay where I can get it always, and I suppose I could start a new X4 character all the way over from the start, which is annoying, but I have a no Steam X4 that I was running in the background. I don't know what's better, a no Steam executable that runs off your drive, or a GeForce Now that disconnects all the fucking time and loses progress. And I don't know. No, I want to play my no Steam executable X4. I just don't have the what's it called? The executable right there. Yeah, update this launcher, but I'm not really in the mood for Once Human. I need games that play themselves. If I'm gonna play like this. Oops. Oops, gotta burn some mithril. Don't have fire. Can't use that command here. Gonna pop 4 of these, 3 of these clusters, 4 of these clusters, yeah, 4. Okay, there's 4 fire clusters. Oh, the NES, right. Nice. Yay, 15,000 skill points. Okay, so, I think X4 fits the bill better. It would maybe be better if I ran Mortal on my main on GeForce Now. Oh, that's free? Ooh, that's free. Unbridled Glory. 8-plex, Malediction Unbridled skin, a Momentous Churn, and a Stargazer Lantern Firework. What's a Stargazer Lantern Firework? That's cool. There was something free in the store. I'm glad I looked. Yeah, maybe X4 in the background would be a good 4th game, and in between those 4, I'm happy. I don't know. Let's go run X4. It may bog down the system too much. I need to unload one of these on GeForce Now. And I guess that would be Mortal. I guess I could chop trees on Mortal, and that would take the weight off. I could let this secondary character go because there's nothing else to play except Rust, I guess. I like having access to both these accounts. But I have this subscription canceled, and I'll probably have to pay it soon. Might be better to run my main. Oh no, I think my main's subscription ends soon. I think. I don't know. I don't really have a concept. Anyways, get out. A contract has been assigned to you. Probably something I don't want to see. An IBIS, Zero ISK, Trump, We Love Ice. What? Issued by Sargon of Amerish. No, I think I'm fucking good. Fucking good. Fucking dumb. Okay, now that you've wasted your fucking time here. Good to know you're thinking about me, weird shithead. Fuck the right wing. Oops. Oops. Oh, oops.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
Poppy playtime, yeah. Idle on. I came here to go to my X4 directory. And go to my properties. Oops, not properties, but go to the local files. Browse local files. Oh, yeah, I was going to change the color on my keyboard. I forgot about this. Fixed color. There, I can see it much better now. Yellow's a really good color because you can see color cycle. Color cycle's good. That's the one I want on. Now I can see. Okay, now. Yeah, and I wanted to go to the local file, but you didn't open it. Non-Steam. There we go. And the non-Steam shortcut, which we take here. Oops, wait, what happened there? Down. So you don't have. Let's delete this because I think it's broken now. Oh no! Wait, what happened? No, no, no. Wait, that's not what I wanted. No, 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 no. Go back to. Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? Okay, there you go. Recycle bin, X4 non-steam shortcuts, replace, where did the X4 non-steam thing go? Where did that thing go? Though, where did that thing go? Take me back to the X4 thing that you just opened. X4 foundations. I want you to install files, browse, come here. Oh my god, you take everything off screen all the time. It's so annoying. There. Recycle bin and home. I'm trying to... Well, restore this in any event. Restore it. And then come back to X4 Foundations, which is not opening. It's on the other screen. There we go. So, non-Steam. There it is. I want you to create